This episode of the Movie Defenders podcast is brought to you by the support and generous donations of Kevin Athey, Jeremy Bensley, Alexis Borkard, Brett Bowen, Megan Bush, Richard Cree, Josh Evans, Daryl Urey, Bart Gurman, Alex Kirkby, Joshua Loy, Sean Masters, Mark Natras, Owen Payne, Jim Sharples, Brev Tanner, and Barrett Young. Good morning, aviators, and welcome to an absolutely jam-packed episode of the Movie Defenders podcast, the only podcast out there that turns and burns, knows who is the best. We don't think, we just do. We know it's not the plane, it's the pilot. That's right, we are dangerous. We feel the need for speed. We buzz towers when the pattern's full. We're only happy going Mach 2 with our hair on fire. We fly cargo planes full of rubber dog shit out of Hong Kong. We write checks our bodies can't cash. We fly right through jet wash. We hit the brakes so you fly right by, and yeah, we do some of that pilot shit. I am Scott, and with me is a man who once was thrown out of a bar, not for putting his cell phone on the bar, but instead placed his long but distinguished Johnson neatly on the bar, much to the dismay of everyone in the bar and because of too much rum. But Donald, what's up, baby? Let's go.
Oh, bird strike. Oh no. I'm going down.
How are you, man?
Oh, I'm doing all right, Scott. How are you?
I'm good, man. Some shows we wait a while to do. I can say very rarely we've waited 2.5 years to do a show, but you know, we're here and I'm happy. So yeah, we're going to have some fun.
Lovely. What a fun intro. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was fun. Anyway, I tried to think of a joke. And I'm like, I'm not joking about this. It's going to be cool. I'm just kidding.
This is serious business here.
It's serious business, right? Oh, man. Welcome to the Movie Defender podcast. If this is your first listen to the Movie Defender podcast, we're a movie analysis and review show in which we do things that are kind of different. One of the main things we do that's different, we'll actually play scenes right from the movie, including this one. And we'll talk about those as we kind of go. But the other thing that, Donald, we try to do, and sometimes we're more successful than others, this one, I don't think we're going to need to defend it all that much, but we typically take narratives that movies have that are applied to them and examine if they are real. We try to be a positive movie review show more than anything. If we didn't like a movie or whatever, we generally won't review it. Or if there's parts of the movie that didn't sit well with us, we'll talk about it for 2 minutes and move on. And then spend the rest of all of our time talking about the positive aspects and hopefully give you a different way to watch the movie. I mean, I think that's what we do around here. At least, I don't know. That's what I tell myself.
I like to think of the podcast as a movie appreciation podcast. And that pulls in a lot of different goodness, like an analysis and examining what's going on, but also just like, hey, this part was awesome. And there's lots of that in this movie.
Well, that's good. No, I would agree. That's actually a really good way I need to start working that in. That's actually really good. I got to say, after watching this one 3 times, obviously to prep for the show, work. I've caught the only real main thing I've caught has been the Kenobi series on Disney Plus. And then I watched one other movie. And again, you and I keep talking about we need to be better about this. But I keep forgetting to log my movies into my Letterboxd app just to remind myself what the hell I'm watching. I watched another movie that I hadn't seen before, and I'm trying to remember what the hell it was. And no, I don't. Oh, yeah. I actually posted on socials about it. I actually watched 1932's Freaks.
Oh,
it's not, I mean, by modern standards, it's nowhere near a horror movie, but it is. And it's kind of one of those movies that definitely, I'm just fascinated with the way people acted back then. Like not their behavior. I mean, the way they emoted on screen or acted.
The acting process, yeah.
The acting process, very interesting. And it's funny because back in 1932, there really weren't a lot of things called actors. There weren't any acting schools. There was, probably not very many.
There were stage actors is what there were. And then they put a camera in front of a lot of them. Anyway,
it's one of those bucket list movies. I was like, oh, it's barely over an hour long. But it's a horror movie, and it was everything everybody said it was. So that was the one thing I think I had seen in the week run up to this. I don't know what else you watched Kenobi too, obviously.
Watched Kenobi, and then I got to finish up a series with Andrew Garfield in it called Under the Banner of Heaven, and it's a true crime murder mystery thing about he's a detective in the early 80s in Utah. And so there's like Mormon fundamentalism and all kinds of icky stuff going on with murders and child marriage and things like that. So definitely, and apparently based on a true story. So that's is pretty wild. And then what else? Yesterday I spent basically the entire day with my wife watching 3-hour parts. So 3 hours times 2 at the local theater they were doing a play, and it was a 2-parter epic kind of series called The Inheritance, and it's a relatively new thing, and it was not for the faint of heart. It was even just the 6 hours watching it was.
I was going to say 6 hours.
It was an accomplishment. It was either that or we watched the first half on one day and then later catch the second half because we have season tickets. But and so it was a bit of it harkened back to like the Best Picture showcase when I would spend 12 hours watching 4 or 5 movies in a row. It wasn't that bad, but it was quite the thing. So,
right. Well, I like anything that helps support theater and local theaters and stuff. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
Not for the faint of heart. I would assume actually, God, that's memorize 6 hours of material if you're one of the actors, I guess, dude. unless they change out different settings and characters or something.
No, it's the same actors for both parts and different directors, which was even weirder, but that was what it was. It was at the Unicorn Theater in Kansas City. So if you have the means, go for it. But once again,
wow,
it's not something I can recommend to everyone, but it's also like, you know what? It was quite the experience. So.
Right. Well, very cool. Well, hey, so why don't we actually have a different format for the show we're going to do today. But before we do that, why don't we mow through some announcements here real quick? If you're good to, and then we'll get to the fun stuff because we got a lot planned. So we are a proud member of the Prescribed Films Podcast Network, and you can check out our show as well as over 20 other podcasts about movies over at thepfpn.com. We are more than 20 shows deep. There's all kinds of shows about movies you'd ever love. The podcast network did spin up with kind of a horror lean to it. So I'd say about half the shows lean into that, but then after that, it's everything else under the sun that you'd ever imagine. So you can go check that out. In fact, Donald, I do absolutely intend this October to get up to Halloween-a-Palooza, which is our podcast network's big convention. And you went last year.
Yep.
And I definitely want to go this year. If you can't make it fair, I'd love to. I'm trying to take one or both of my kids, my family, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to make a thing of it. Cause it's not all that, it's not a ridiculous drive. I mean, it's a hike, but it's not like crazy.
It's not too bad. And it's Ottumwa, Iowa, which is, interestingly enough, kind of right in the middle of everything. If you're in the middle of the country anyway, you're pretty close, I would say. And they're expanding the venue to, they're not doing it in the hotel. They're doing it in like an actual convention center. So I'm not sure how big the actual event is going to be expanding, but a much bigger venue should be exciting.
Wow. It's really cool because you said Ottumwa, Iowa. What's so funny is I worked for John Deere, like the corporate entity of John Deere, for a decade. And one of the largest factories in the country is in Ottumwa, Iowa. And so I always knew exactly right where that place was. Most people go, wait, where? But because it really is a tiny town. And I would have to go take classes there and stay in that town. And Yeah, there's like one sports bar. It's bigger than that. I'm exaggerating. It is a smallish town. It's not ridiculous. It's not crazy. It's not like one stoplight or anything like that. But it is
not even close. It's bigger than most small towns I've been to, and smaller than most big towns I've been to. So
that is a fair assessment. Yeah, I'm kind of fucking around. So anyway, aside from the pfpn.com, how else can other people get in touch with us, interact with us if they so desire?
Well, I mean, our website with all our feeds is moviedefenders.libsyn.com. Twitter and Instagram is @moviedefenders. Facebook.com/moviedefenders. Facebook, we have a discussion group. It's the Movie Defenders movie discussion group. Please sign up there and join the conversation. It's a lot of fun. We also have a Discord server. You can look at the links. There's a Linktree link, Scott, in the show notes here, and there should be a Discord invite link to that. And so please feel free to join. Yep. And
I've been better over there. I'm trying to continually get better about being over there.
I think that having spoiler threads or spoiler channels for like Maverick and Obi-Wan have helped a lot with the discussion, and I love seeing all the different discussions about it and excitement. So check that out. And then patreon.com/movie defenders. You get a whole second show if you support the show with as little as $1 a month. There are different tiers above that increase your interaction and access to the show. So, Scott, we got one director opening at this point?
I think, yeah. So we have one opening that was vacated not really all that long ago, but usually our director tier spots are revered. We very, very rarely have an opening, which it's funny because when we started the Patreon, that was the one tier we thought nobody would ever take, but everybody has a big top tier, and we've actually had the opposite problem. Whereas we have director tiers, not a lot of people or less people on some of the lower tiers. So there's lots of spots, including one at the very top there.
Clearly, we underpriced that. It's the best deal in podcasting, I think.
Well, it was overpriced when we launched the whole thing, and for better part of a year, we had prices at stuff. We're like, we need to. This isn't in line with other people. We were just learning, trying to figure stuff out, and we dropped all the prices on every tier, and here we are. So,
yep. So
one spot open,
$10 a month, and we'll reach out to you according to what our calendar says, and set up a time when we can do a movie of your choice and you get to be on the show.
And but I mean, even leading on to that, you get the second show, you get to vote on shows that we do, you get to participate in show segments and submit stuff to be read on air. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that comes along with being one of those top tier people. So fun.
Good deal.
All right. Well, we are going to do things a little bit differently today. Normally right now we have a segment where we play a game, or we give our top 5 lists on a topic, or we play this or that, or we play There Can Be Only One. We typically spend the first half hour, 45 minutes of the show doing a game that's generally related or adjacent to the movie we're going to do, but something just fun instead of just talking about the movie. The difference here is going to be, we are going to play that game throughout the entire show today, and hopefully include you out there listening. So, Donald, what we're gonna do is we're basically gonna start rolling into the film, but we're gonna play our game as we go. So,
very cool. And
it.
Yeah, and Scott, like this is when. A lot of times with the new releases, we'll go ahead and have a show out that weekend, right? And we ended up, because of rhythm and everything else going on, we decided to give it a week. And this is the result of that week.
That's a good point.
You have enough time and energy to do some fun stuff and put this together. So thank you for that.
No, that's right. Yeah, and usually we've got, and Donald too. I mean, just because I do some of the editing, Donald has to figure out between Thursday and Sunday, how do I get to the movie twice in 4 days, 3 days around family schedules? I got to figure out how to go twice to, record. I also, the first viewing, I can't just sit and watch. I have to take notes. I tried going 3 times in 3 days one time and then edit and then do everything else. And that's just nuts. So I have to, this allowed me to go relax, just watch the movie, then go back, and give myself days and you days to do it. So, and sometimes we haven't been able to go a second time if we wanted. So this did allow us.
I fully expected to go 2 or 3 times, and I barely got my second viewing. I went opening night, the Thursday night, with my son, but then I barely got my second viewing in Friday night before recording this. So I just stuff snuck up on me. So
absolutely.
Once I realized I was going to be watching plays for 6 hours yesterday, I was like, oh crap!
All right,
gotta make the time somewhere. So I did.
Anyway, so we are going to play the game as we go throughout the show here. So that's what we'll do.
You're listening to the Prescribed Films Podcast Network, home to hundreds of hours of free podcast entertainment. The shows on this network all have a common goal: providing you with the best discussions about movies and other forms of entertainment media. The PFPN hopes to fill your earholes with audio joy. Visit our website with links to all the other amazing shows at www.thepfpn.com. Thanks for listening.
Oh, man. It was only 36 years in the making. Should have been 34 years in the making, but it was 36 years in the making.
I mean, it should have been 2 years in the making. Let's face it.
Well, that's funny. I actually heard Bruckheimer talk about that recently, about why they didn't. And actually, what's funny is there really wasn't any reason other than Bruckheimer was making ass tons of movies back in the day. And so was Cruise, and it just never happened. But regardless, we are finally here, and man, I can't wait to talk about it. The reception of this film has been something beyond anything I ever expected, which is a great surprise. But anyway, man, if you ready?
Yes.
All right, it's time. We're going to talk Top Gun Maverick.
What do we have here?
Yeah, here I thought we were special.
Fellas, this here's Bagman.
Hangman.
Whatever.
What the hell kind of mission is this?
Everyone here is the best there is. Who the hell are they gonna get to teach us?
Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell. Let me be perfectly blunt. You are not my first choice. You are here at the request of Admiral Kazansky, a.k.a. Iceman. He seems to think that you have something left to offer the Navy. What that is, I can't imagine.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
And we're off.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
We're going into combat on a level no living pilot's ever seen. Not even him.
You think up there you're dead. Believe me.
My dad believed in you. I'm not going to make the same mistake.
Someone's not coming back from this.
Those are your pilots. Anything happens to them.
Smoke in the air!
You'll never forgive yourself.
No turning back now.
Come on! Jeez! Having any fun yet?
Oh my God. Please and thank you. So Donald, how would you like to start this? Would you like to go first? Would you like me to go first? Well, we usually do initial thoughts here. So part of the things we usually sometimes talk about, Donald, is what the public reception has been. First thing I want to say is I'm stunned. This has done two things. Well, a few. One, cinephiles like you and me and most of our listeners are all going to it. Mm-hmm. And so are people who do not go to movies are going to this one.
Yeah.
I have heard from so many relatives texting me going, "Hey, Scott, I know you got that movie show. Did you go see the new Top Gun?" Yes, Aunt Sally, I totally did. Oh, it's so good, isn't it? It's like, that's happening. And then the word of mouth on this has been insane. And I never in my wildest dreams thought these two things would be colliding.
It's something, isn't it? It's been a long time since I've seen a movie get as much traction on, my socials from coming in from other people, and the folks that are talking about it are folks that never talk about movies, honestly. So that's really cool. And then the folks that do talk about movies are also talking about it. It's exciting. I think that like it's already the best. Is it the best opening of any Tom Cruise movie ever, which is saying a whole lot?
That part well, maybe I'll Google it here in a second. I know it blew the Memorial Day weekend record away that had been held by Dead Man's Chest. Right, which was Dead Man's Chest for a really long time, which always kind of surprised me. That's awesome.
But that's saying something, like Memorial Day weekend is when the stuff comes out, right? Like
Tom Cruise gets his first $100 million weekend opening at the box office. He's never had $100 million opener.
How is that even possible? But anyway.
I think his biggest hits happened back when like A Few Good Men would have got 89 million.
Well, it probably didn't even
giant. Maybe
it'd be the Mission Impossible, and those are a little more specific as far as the audience, I think. And everybody's seen Top Gun, and so everybody, it's something. It says something. I think that everybody loves Top Gun, and whatever they did with the marketing, I think in this, obviously it was a long marketing push, but whatever they did it right, because everybody was just itching to go see it. And like you say, the word of mouth was fantastic. And over Memorial Day weekend, sometimes weather is a factor in the United States, and I think that it wasn't, there was nothing to hold it back. Right. Yeah. And so I just, it's amazing to me how big this movie already is a week into it. And it's exciting to see.
Yep. No, absolutely. So initial thoughts, here's the last thing I'd say. This movie seems to be loved by people who are Top Gun nerd files like me. Mm-hmm. I mean, I go back and look. Yes. I qualify. I did the first 10 minutes and missed 2 words from memory with Donald checking me when we did the original Top Gun.
You might not have been the best of the best, but you came in second.
Right. Anyway, I think people who like the original Top Gun, but don't hold it in the reverence I do, like you, no, I love Top Gun. You didn't like goo over it for 20 years. Right. But you're like, yeah, no, I dig Top Gun. Fuck yeah. And then people who are like, the first one's okay. They love this one. So it is shock to me that 99 and 97% rating on RT is organic. It is real. And I haven't found anybody who went and said, I still haven't met that person. No. I would say if I know, so I've heard from a few listeners who go, that movie's not for me. You know what? I think you need to go give this one a shot, man. I don't know what to tell you. Drug my mom back into the theater for this one, and she likes to go to stuff, but yeah.
Yeah. I challenge folks. I mean, look, you're not going to see, Citizen Kane, right? I think that's this will be the start of my opening thoughts, but like, you're not going to see like the best piece of cinema ever, but you're going to enjoy yourself. And I challenge anyone to go in and not come out having enjoyed themselves watching it. So
it is already at $500 million in a week without China.
I mean,
it really, it will be the biggest film in the history of Cruise's career when the dust settles. It just will. It just will. Yeah. Because it's almost at 100. Its second weekend is going to hit like 86 mil in just the US. Like, forget everything else.
So, so the legs on this are tremendous. Let me talk about
go for it.
My experience in the movie theater. So my son and I went to the Thursday night 5 p.m. showing, and I got out of work early, and he was already off school. But before
Very
that,
cool.
the night before that, he had caught bits and pieces, but he never watched it. And so we watched the original, and he, I said, hey, did you like it? He's like, yeah, it was all right. And frankly, that's not something he normally talks about. He won't normally say in a movie.
Usually he'll tell you, like, he does have a little bit of a rebellious teen. If my dad likes it, I don't want to like it thing in there. Yeah,
exactly.
Which, like, I don't know, 80% of all kids do. So that's not a thing on him. I'm just saying.
Not surprising, but he's 14 and he's never, it's usually like, well, if that's dad's thing, I better have an adverse reaction to it, right? But he didn't. He was digging on it. And actually, before that, what got him to watch that and what got him to say, "Yeah, I'd like to watch that in the theaters with you," is the previews. I think it was before Doctor Strange. They did a scene, and it was the original, the first training scene in Maverick. It was like 5 minutes or whatever that scene is with all the push-ups that we'll get to. They did that scene, just showed it to us in the theater. And he looked at me and like, oh, I want to see that. Like, he was not interested at all in Top Gun or Maverick, but then he saw that and he's like, okay, I want to see that. So
nice.
that says a lot. And so then he sat down for Top Gun with me. And then the next night we went to go see it in this really big, it wasn't IMAX technically, but it was like a GXL or DXL, whatever they call it, the large format, tall stadium seating stuff. And we watched it, and at 5:00 on a Thursday, there were not that many people in there. But there was, like a dozen in a theater that seats 300 or something like that. So, but it was like really early.
Right.
I have to say there was cheering, and there were several times when we looked at each other. He looked over at me at one point and he said, I want him to say, "Talk to me, Goose," but to Rooster. he said that really early on. And then every time somebody was like, "Talk to me, Bob," or talk to me, Rooster, we would, just share a knowing glance.
That's awesome.
And different stuff like that. And when drama would happen, we'd be like, "Oh my gosh, what's going to happen?" And and things like that. So we had like arguably the best time I've ever had in a movie theater with him, where we're both watching something that's made for us, basically, right? Like we weren't watching Rio 2, where like I'm interested and he's way into it, or vice versa. Yep. This is the first time that we were both like, this looks amazing, let's go watch it. And it was amazing. It exceeded both of our expectations. It lent itself to really good bonding time with father and son. And so, we cried, like we each of us cried like several times in this movie, and it wasn't all sad, but it was very just moving. And there's some sad parts, but it was very much like, holy cow, this movie has a special place in like our family history at this point, which is just nuts.
That warms my heart beyond.
Right? I've been waiting to say that ever since we started this podcast, and really longer than that, but that's just, it's finally happened. So that's great.
Well, what other thoughts do you have? I mean, my viewing experience was a little kind of fucked up. My wife and son last weekend caught a cold, and my son had to bail on the original watch and my wife had to bail on the rewatch. So, but I did get to see now and then my daughter, I got to show her the original with the intent that we're all going to go to 4D before it leaves 4D, because it was filmed for 4D. And there is one that's about 25 minutes from my house, 30 minutes from my house. And we're going to definitely do that. Probably will be next weekend, but I am not letting Top Gun Maverick leave without 4D. I don't normally I like it. It's fun. And I saw like Justice League in 4D and maybe Aquaman in 4D, and it sprays you in the face with water a lot. This is going to be fun as fuck. So we're going to go to 4D. Other than that, my experience was what you'd expect. It was pretty packed opening night, cheering, everybody seemed to have a good time. Got to take my 72-year-old mom. There's more stuff about I'll get to with family stuff, but that, it was pretty typical.
Very cool. My at some point I need to get him in the 4D theater that's something that I said, do you want to see it again when I see it in the Dolby Theater, which I did Friday night? And he's like, nah, not really. But I said, well, what about 4D? He's like, yeah.
Has he done one before?
He's done 4D. I have not done 4D other than like in, like the little tiny gimmick, 10-minute showings at a otherwise, theme park type thing.
Gotcha.
So like Muppet Vision 3D, but that's not the same thing.
Still dope as fuck.
It is. And so 9:30 p.m. on a Friday night in the Dolby Premium Theater, it was as packed as it wasn't completely standing room only, sold out, but it was very, very packed. And the crowd was live, and so that was your word of mouth, getting people to see it at 9:30 on a Friday night.
Heck yeah, man.
A week later. So
yeah. Well, what are your? Do you want me to do my initial thoughts? Do you want to do yours first?
I'll go real quick. I mean, I think you have a lot. So let me.
No, I have a lot of notes, but it'll go pretty quick.
Right.
I had more time. I had more time to sit here and type my thoughts down before I just wing it. So
I know.
Go for it.
Just brace yourself. It's coming. So I think. This is, like I say, this is a feel good. It's a popcorn movie. It's, it's got nostalgia galore and great tense action, but it's also, as we get into it here, it's a beautiful example of visual storytelling. And I think that's better than the original in a lot of ways. There's a point of which obviously it doesn't exist if the original doesn't exist. And yet I'm not the only one who said it's kind of surpassed and the original as far as being better, being more of a favorite, liking it better, that sort of thing. And it's kind of geared to do that as well. But the amount of weight that's carried in this movie, just as far as the execution of the movie is concerned, and the direction and editing and cinematography, it's the shots without dialogue are palpable, and you can get so much communicated with a look or a gesture or the lack thereof, in a meaningful beat in the movie. And this does it really in a special way, not unique, but in a way that they didn't have to do that. They didn't have to make this a well-made movie, and it's a well-made movie. Like it's like I say, it's not Citizen Kane, but it's not trying to be, but it is trying to be the best Top Gun movie it can be. And holy crap, like that's
a great way to put it.
It did really, really well. Like I can't, I'll have to come up with words. I've had an extra week to do so. And yet it's just better. I think that, there were just an example of like other things that I noticed, but one of the things that I'll get into like other little things here and there that I noticed that were just kind of nice touches, but or fun touches anyway. But there was something about there were about 3 moments, Scott, where the film just kind of drops the bottom out from under you, and it blacks out the visuals, and it like fades out the sound. So either the music, the sound effects, whatever, just kind of whoom. And dead air, black screen. Yep. And then it pops back up with, and now this is what happens. But it's like a cliffhanger within the movie in ways that is more or less different every time. And yet that using that same language helps to, create a more coherent film and keep you in it and be like, oh crap, what happens next? And then, oh, here's it's like a magician or a comedian with perfect timing of like, wait for it. All right, now. And there's just a bunch of that in this movie in general, just expert timing and storytelling in ways that it was really good to see in a movie that frankly didn't need to be that good to be still awesome and fun to talk about.
You're right. It was not necessary to do everything they did to make the movie. They could have done it on green screen easy and told the exact same story. And they didn't. They chose to do it.
Well, even just the way that it was filmed. Yeah. I mean, it's what they did for the stunts and things like that is a whole different story that I think we're going to get into. But just in general, the way that they, obviously a lot of that's done in post, and they, of course, they had plenty of time to mess with it, but they made the most of that time one way or another. Either they did it perfect the right way the first time and then sat on it for however long, or they've been refining it in ways that was definitely worth it.
Yep. My initial thoughts, and I'll expand on all these thoughts as we go through the film. So I'm not going to sit and talk a long time about any of this stuff, but that was one of the best theater experiences I've had. And that's a different between saying that's one of the best movies I've ever seen or whatever. And Donald, you just, I think, articulated that in your story of seeing it. Like, as just far as an experience of being in the theater, seeing it, man, that's up there.
Yeah.
Because of what happened with you and your son and the bonding, like everything, like that's up there. It's going to be remembered. Yeah. You're going to be 65 and he's going to be, I don't know, 35 or something. And you're going to be, the Blu-ray is going to be in your hand. Like, hey, you want to watch Maverick again? Hell yeah. Like, it's awesome. So it's very cool. It's the type of movie we don't get to see anymore where they don't do the CG. They just, I know it sucks to film all this stuff. We're just going to fucking do it. I miss action movies like this a little bit. They're just not as done as often. But anyway, it is one of the better sequels I've ever seen. It is, if you want to call this a reboot, sequel, whatever you want to call it, the modern bringing back of past IPs, man, this might top the list, man. It's got to be way up there.
It's way up there.
Anyway,
for sure.
It's way better than I expected. So what did I expect? I expected it to be fun. I expected it to nod to the old one the whole time, have really familiar beats, a predictable story, yet a lot of fun, and I don't care, and I'm here for it, and the aerial stuff's great. That's really where I thought it would land. I thought it would land at, no, it's great.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
No, I did. So I was surprised at how good this is. Not just oh, hey, remember how good the first one was? Let's do that again. No. They did not do that. And then the first movie, here's the thing. A lot of people are discussing, is it better or worse than the first one? I don't think you can make that comparison. The first one is the way it is and held in the reverence it is because it's a vibe. Mm-hmm. And it's nostalgia dripping all over the screen. And for the time, that aerial footage was blowing the doors off the theater. And I mean, I watched Siskel and Ebert's review of the original Top Gun because it started popping up on my feed because of the research I was doing. Sure. And they both one gave it a thumbs down and said, but the action sequences are amazing. And the other guy goes thumbs up because the action sequences are amazing. So anyway, it's well more than any of that. I think it's Joseph Kosinski's best film. I think if there's a producer and I forget his name, but when he and Cruise and this producer on a project, I'm going to see it now. Cause, I think he killed it. I think this deserves Oscar consideration for sound, editing, and cinematography. I think those three things, because the editing, I didn't even think about that until just yesterday. How do you edit together? They had 800 hours of footage or 300 hours or some ungodly amount.
And I believe 800. They had a lot of pilots to film.
Yeah, man. So anyway, the story is a lot better than I thought. And we're going to talk about, I'm going to get into the game in a minute that we're going to play. But it's enough to hold the important parts of the movie together. The plot of the first movie is thin as all fuck. It just is. It just is. It just is. There's, in fact, the only
it was thinner than the first Harry Potter movie. Right. Like it wasn't even really a bad guy. It was just Harry and Draco, right? So.
Yep. Well, anyway, the themes of the movie, and we're going to talk a lot about them. And I loved it. The film did have. We always talk about what is this movie about, right? Well, I think the movie's about a few things. Obviously, it's not the plane; it's the pilot. Don't think, just trust your instincts. Don't think, do. And then it's time to let go. It's time to accept things. Accept getting old, accept needing family, accept letting go of past events, letting go of regret, letting go of resentment,
letting go of control over someone else,
right?
And what you hope and wish and want for them. If you're a teacher or you're a parent or that role, it's like, I mean, as a parent of a 14-year-old, I'm struggling through and actually my son looked over at me very pointedly when it came up. You have to let go. And like, you can't just control them the whole time. You've got to let them go and make their own mistakes or take their own responsibility. That's a big deal. And I liked how that kind of contrasted or fit in well with the stuff after Goose died in the original. So
that thing you just hit on, I think 90% of the audience, when Penny and Pete talk about that in bed, I think a lot of people think that's a throwaway scene.
Oh,
but
no,
I'm serious. I've heard a lot of people say, well, the love story is kind of like the first love story. It's like, whatever, take or leave it. I disagree this time. I disagree.
It's a very mature love story. There's no sex scene.
Well, that's the cool thing I loved that we saw middle-aged actors doing middle-aged roles. Usually they get some guy in their early 40s and say they're 50. No, Jennifer Connelly is pushing 60.
Yeah. And
now,
she's
when he filmed,
she was 50 when it was filmed. Yeah.
Right. Same with Mav. He was in his mid 50s when Cruise filmed it. Anyway, I liked that it was also about aging. Yeah. And Maverick being confronted with a world doesn't want him anymore. Like, honestly. Anyway, I think that it's incredible that Goose's death is felt more in this sequel than in the movie than when she died. That's insane and awesome. And I love that. There was more Goose's presence, and I love Goose in the original. Love him. He had more effect on this story than the first one, and he was in the first one. Anyway, I think that's great. I did have multiple moments of tears. I'm sure you and I will talk about it when we get there. We'll get there. The score and the soundtrack, wildly underrated. I like that they took what Faltermeyer did and ran it through the Hans Zimmer machine.
Yeah.
And even if I like the theme song a little bit better, I just like that they went to that, because soundtracks used to be important, man. Like Pulp Fiction might be the last important soundtrack in a while. Like occasionally you'll run into a Ready Player One or a Baby Driver that'll have some kind of a big sick soundtrack, but it's pretty fucking rare. And I miss the days when there was a big score and soundtrack. And I like that this movie did that. This movie really I think this movie relet the movie fire in the belly of America and maybe Western, probably Australia, Europe, and everything too. Spider-Man No Way Home made like all the money in the world, but this movie seems to be getting people out of their house and into the theater again. It certainly relit my fire. The Batman helped, but it's all positive. For me, this and Batman right now are running kind of neck and neck. As of 5 months and some change into the year, and we got a long time to go. It's at least kind of sitting there. I think Cruise is probably one of the last movie stars we've got, like true, honest to God movie star of movie stars. I also think he needs a lot of credit for this film in that he did the George Lucas thing. Oh, we don't know how to do that. Well, we're going to figure it out. We're not going to cut any corners. Let's figure this out. He changed filmmaking with this movie. He changed filmmaking forever. And Cinejet was used. Now, Cinejet's a company that has these little jets that have these amazing cameras on the front. And most of what they do is they'll film American Airlines planes and do commercials, or they'll help with Honeywell will do a documentary or a training video on their autopilot system, and they'll film it. This is they've been used for movies before, but man, they were used for movies like crazy in this. It was great. Jennifer Connelly, damn. It is not fair that you look like that and you act like, she was just gorgeous.
Yeah.
And that's like saying, well, yeah, Scott, water's wet. What else you got? I get it. I don't know how else to say it. It wasn't sex. It was just like, damn, that is one gorgeous fucking human being.
Yeah.
And Paul Bettany sucks. Anyway, I like that this film was familiar enough without getting too redundant. I like that it was ham-fisted with a wink to the camera when it needed to be. And then other than that, it didn't try to go too far that direction, which was great. Miles Teller, I'm really glad he kind of got a breakout. A lot of the scars that are on his face hurt him early in his career, and he couldn't get a lot of roles. And my son's got scars on his face. They're about almost like exactly the same as some of his, or at least in how they look in front of you. And so I'm just really pleased that some of these young actors, because I've seen all of them in something. I just like that they, kind of got their moment in the sun, and hopefully it means a lot more good things for them, because I think they all deserve it. I've seen Monica Barbaro in several things, but I just like that they've got some giant blockbuster that they can, hang their hat on and go, yep, I did that anyway.
Yeah.
So the only thing, okay. And then I love that it definitely was a USA is awesome military movie. I think a lot of military movies these days either treat the military as villains or as psychologically damaged, or it's looking at some soldier that just kind of can't handle things coming home. Like, all that stuff's true and important to put on film. Just, I miss. Nah, they're awesome. Look at these awesome pilots. Don't they kick ass? Let's go. I just miss. I'm appreciative that that's what it did. And didn't apologize for it, didn't sucker punch you, didn't make some stupid comment. I just liked it was just a movie. The one thing, let me lament about the one thing that I do wish, and that was, I'm a little surprised that we didn't get a few more characters, at least at the funeral. Yeah. I really thought there's no reason you can't grab Hollywood, Wolfman Slider, Tom Skerritt's still around, Michael Ironside's still around. Put him at the funeral, have it so Wolfman's been teaching at the school for 20 years, have it where Tim Robbins and Merlin flew together for like a decade after the movie we saw. Like, maybe that was his Rio and they got to be besties for a long time. I don't know, whatever. It's fine that they didn't. That would have probably taken this movie from an A++ for me to A+++ or something.
Yeah, if you're looking for a place to improve, that would definitely be a place, right?
And then the amount of money they spent, like 85 mil or something on this thing, and I am sure that would have cost more money even to get everybody on set for one day. I don't know. Anyway, I was a little surprised we didn't see surprise cameos, at least a couple pop in there somehow, which is fine. Again, I don't care. Hey, do you remember when I said on the show, because it was movie related, you remember when I said, when I very, very first started playing guitar, do you remember what I said my goal song was?
Was it Danger Zone?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was the Top Gun anthem.
Oh, the bang.
That if I can get to where I can do the anthem, that will be a goal that I will have achieved. Then I'll have to move the goal out there, because it's those songs where the guitar is singing. It has to do everything. It's also all lead. There's no chord. It's all individual strings, individual notes, whatever. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Well, after 45 minutes of practice, this is where I'm at. This is very, very crudely recorded, so I just used my phone, and it's a little choppy, but the fact that it's 45 minutes in after a year and a half, I ain't gonna do the whole thing. I don't know the whole thing anyway.
This is the part you need to know anyway.
What's that?
That's the part you need to know anyway. That's the part everybody remembers.
All right. Anyway, there you go. That is 45 minutes of messing around with it. So again, I need to do more advanced techniques to not make it feel so choppy. It needs to be a lot smoother. There's some stuff I'm not doing really well, but the fact that I can at least get my fingers in the right place at the right time. Now, I am not doing the solo. Fuck you all. No way. That is I've seen experts try that solo and trip badly. So the solo will not be happening, but there's a lot of rhythm stuff that happens during that I will be playing. Anyway, I was just proud. I was like, you know what? All right, I'll screw around with it. There's no way, but I'll try. And I was like, you know what? It's more within target.
Then it used to be what 2 years ago now? That's when you started, or a year and a half?
September. So September, October will be 2 years.
Cool.
So yeah. So
very cool.
Anyway, Well, I liked it. I thought I did okay.
Yes.
Like I said, it doesn't sound like the pro did it, but Okay, so what are we going to do today for our game? Normally what we do is we walk through the movie chronologically and play scenes and talk about stuff. We're all going to do that. But this time, what I found kind of fascinating was I have cobbled it. Here's what I started looking at behind the scenes stuff and started coming to stuff. So here's a game we're going to play. And I want everybody to play at home. But Donald, you're going to kind of represent our listener base because I can't talk to all of them at once. But here's what we're going to do. At a lot of parts here, I mean, maybe 10 or more, I'm going to ask all of you at home to guess whether or not what they did on screen is real or fake basically faked or exaggerated. Like it's real, but they stretch the truth here. And we are going to let actual Top Gun instructors and Top Gun pilots answer the questions. I have interviews, podcasts, YouTube videos, a whole kind of cobbled together collection of Top Gun instructors and pilots saying whether or not it's real, fake, or exaggerated. And Donald, I guess if you would be so kind, I did hide these answers from you. Okay. Everything else was you saw the notes. We put the notes together. We put the notes together. But these answers I hid from him so you would know. So I will be asking you, what do you think? Is this real? Is this completely fake and bullshit? Or is it, there's some truth there, but they stretched it, right? For kind of things as we go.
Sounds good. And yeah, I'm curious how much is like across the board, just kind of general. Like if you'd asked me before I'd seen the movie, like where would it fall? I would think that most things are going to be, mostly real. And then there's going to be like one, maybe two. They're just like, no, that's not, right. That's not a thing. And then the rest is, so like, 45% or so would be like, I mean, it was there, but they stretched the truth and stuff like that, or maybe even more like 60% of that. But okay, but we'll see. So that's kind of my general feel. That was my feel before watching the movie.
Cool.
After watching the movie, I think there's more real than not, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. So anyway, now I have heard a lot of fighter pilot opinions about the movie, but I have heard one opinion the most. So to start our game off and everybody play along at home. So Donald, do you think Top Gun pilots and instructors, how do they rate the movie? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, where do you think they'd put this? And there's no right or wrong answer here, and we can talk over the little interview answers. Like, let's not make it too.
Some of it just depends on how generous they're being at the moment, or versus how picky they're going to be about stuff. But I'm going to say that in general, they probably liked it a lot. As far as we're talking about realism or enjoying the movie.
Just anything. Hey, did you like? Hey, what do you think about this movie? How'd they do?
Oh,
all of it together. The realism, enjoyment, right? Like all of it.
I bet it's somewhere between a 9 and a 10.
Okay, very cool. And I've heard. Obviously, it's subjective, folks. But every single one of those, literally, like there are no pilots out there at this point that not active flight. Active duty pilots that, or even recent veterans who didn't grow up on this movie. Like that's like, if this isn't exactly why they signed up, it was a big part of it. And it was like part of the background of their lives. Right. So I think, and given how much I enjoyed it, and then I've seen other people enjoy it, I think they really enjoyed it. Cause I think that's their, why wouldn't they? Right. Well, I tell you what, let's find out what they said. And again, I heard a ton, but I kind of grabbed one synopsis from a few pilots that are being interviewed right now that kind of gave me what I'd been hearing the most. Here we go.
Grant, I'm starting with you. Scale of 1 to 10. What's your score and one reason why? And we'll talk about a few things here, but what do you give it?
I'd give it a 9 out of 10, I think.
9 out of 10.
I would. And I think I like this one because there was an actual mission behind it, right? There was something to this one. Vice, the first one was just going through the class, right? So I thought it was really good. I went in with I don't know what's the word.
Low expectations?
Yeah, not low expectations, but
like
I don't
us,
know.
right?
How do you top the first one, right? So I thought it was really good.
All right. Chip, 1 to 10.
It's a 10.
Excellent. Do you need a reason for a 10?
There's no doubt in my mind that millions of kids right now are going to grow up and want to be fighter pilots, without a doubt.
Amen. All right.
Mission accomplished.
Fantastic. Jambo, here's my question for you. You've seen it already once. This was twice. What's your score now, and did it change? Do you like it more or less?
Well, just to be different, I got to do a 9.5.
Integers only, please.
There you go.
Hey, I nailed it.
You did. You literally nailed it exactly. Yeah. I did hear a couple say, well, and what they were struggling with was it didn't hit them like it did when they were 12, and it's not gonna.
Well,
and
what? That's something everybody, we all struggle with from time to time, but
100%. So, well, let's dive into the movie. The Tom Cruise has a message that plays before the opening credits, which was very, very cool.
That was
liked
cool.
it.
I was curious how often it was like, sometimes it's just in one theater.
Good point.
Group or whatever. But yeah, it was done in AMC. So I guess it was done in Regal as well.
It was. And it was in front of all 3 viewings. And I think it really is part of the film. I think it's going to be on the Blu-ray. I really do. I think it may be not. Maybe it won't be on the Blu-ray because he talks about being here in the theater, but it might very well be.
Did they give out pins in your like this?
If they were, they weren't at the door. If they were on that, they had a table with a bunch of crap on it that I did not investigate. So maybe they were there.
We were given the option of a poster or a pin, and I'm like,
oh wow, nice.
We have enough posters.
That probably was AMC exclusive. I would bet you that usually the product placement stuff. Generally, they do agreements with theaters, but
sometimes it is. But a quick Google, I googled it just to see what, and it didn't look like it was exclusive.
Cool.
But who knows? They had a popcorn tin that looked more like a UFO than.
I think I did see that, and in my local theater had these model airplanes and jets hanging all over the ceiling that they had obviously spent days on ladders with fishing line hanging these fuckers.
Good for them.
No, I know. But I found the box. I went over to wait for my pretzels, and they have you wait at this sidebar for the hot food to come out. And there was the box of them was right there, and it said Top Gun merch or Top Gun promotional material or something. Anyway, well, the movie starts the way the first movie starts.
Literally.
Exactly. Like, in fact, we just played it when we opened our show.
Are you sure? You sure that wasn't the first one? Because
so what's funny is
if I hadn't been paying attention to what the actual credits were and stuff like that, but the actual just sound, and I'm sure you had it memorized. We're like, oh, that part's a little different. Oh, that part's a little different. But I wasn't. If the credits were not literally there showing, okay, there's Miles Teller and it's not Tony Scott directing stuff like that, I would not have really been able to determine. I can't tell the difference at face value between an F-14 and an F-18. So it all literally looked like you could have told me. No, Donald, they just remastered the original and put it literally right here. I would have believed you. I had no indication that this was anything out of the ordinary compared to what I've been watching for the last 36 years.
That's what's really funny is because when I watched it, I noticed they even edited the song a little differently, and I knew every little guy on there and every moment, and I could tell it had been completely reshot. However, this was the moment I knew. I've talked a lot about this was Dad's favorite film. This was I've said it a lot, and if you've listened to the show, I won't belabor the point. I really lost it for a minute or two here.
Mm-hmm.
Because the opening credits were his favorite part of his favorite movie, and literally they're redoing it. It wasn't just familial. There it is, and I'm there with Mom, and it wasn't him, and it's just one of those things where it's funny. They've lost someone immensely close to you. You get it. It could be 12 years later and something will happen to make it feel like it happened 2 minutes ago. I don't know how else to explain it, but I watched it the second time through clear eyes. Cause that first time I was just sitting there, just kind of turning into a wreck. I knew I was going to probably have some moment right during the middle of I'm really wishing Dad was here, and 10 seconds in, they just gut punch the nostalgia right in the, it kicked me right in the nuts. But that meant they did an amazing fucking job.
I got chills just with the just that part. I'm like, oh my gosh. It wasn't the same emotion as you, obviously, but I was just like, here it starts. They did it right. I knew they did it right just from there.
Well, then the second half of the opening credits. So that's the first half of the opening credits. It's much more abbreviated on the character. And then the second half of the credits happen following Maverick out in the desert in his hangar/home.
I thought that was interesting that they kept it, because in the original you're staying on the carrier, right?
Right, because that's where the movie starts. You're starting when the movie starts.
Of course. But then we're like, hey, here's life on a carrier. And then in the Mojave Desert, oh yeah, so Maverick isn't there. He's out fixing a P-51 or P-51, right? Mustang.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
52.
Which is like literally Tom Cruise's airplane.
It's his airplane, right? He's like, I've got one. It's free. I'll fly it in.
That's awesome.
And they said they said, no, he flew his plane to and from set. Like, why wouldn't you? They're already on air bases and shit. So
I mean,
anyway, I'm just jealous. It's so fucking dope. Well, the second half of the opening credits is just as familiar because we have Maverick changes out of one white t-shirt into another white t-shirt. He gets his bomber jacket on. Goose is all over his locker and all over his workbench.
Yeah.
And it is a very quick signal that it was him. It wasn't just that he had a couple of pictures. They were all the pictures, which tells
everything.
It tells you, oh, he's not moved on from this.
No, but he did add some more, which is of Goose's son Rooster. So
that's correct.
Let's see, like a graduation.
But what's funny is that you're right. The pictures of Rooster though were like official photography pictures, not buddy pictures. They weren't. It wasn't Maverick posing with him at his graduation.
That's true.
Makes sense?
Yeah.
It was like picture day at school pictures, which again, you got to see shit 3 times sometimes, start picking up on that nuance. But anyway, I love that he's restoring an old plane because of the theme of the movie.
Yes.
That's a plane that nobody uses and nobody wants anymore, but he's trying to keep it in the air. Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's obviously very lonely. It was obviously very clearly a lonely existence. So, the patches I'm glad the patches on the back of the jacket were restored, not what they were in the trailer like 2 years ago or whatever.
Oh.
The Taiwanese flag and the Japan flag, they were pulled because of China.
Oh, interesting.
And, they were CGI'd over because it is the original bomber jacket. And I was waiting for them not to be there. No, they were back. And basically a Chinese, financial backer of the movie backed out, and Tom Cruise said, fine, bye.
Okay.
And then we won't put it in China, which is why if it hits a bill from just domestic and non-China, that'll be amazing. Like even if it gets close without the Chinese market, holy shit. That's usually half or more than half. Usually the Chinese market, if it's big, will do more than the US market does. So anyway, very cool. I like that they were back. So the bomber jacket was at least all original. And then he got on, it was a Kawasaki. I can't remember the name or the model, but it's just the modern version of the model he had in 86. And then it had a 55 with a line through it.
Yeah.
Like I can't drive 55. Anyway, I obviously the nostalgia flooded back in the first 5 minutes. It's dope as fuck. So.
It was clear that it was lonely and isolated, but he didn't seem like it didn't feel sad.
I guess that's true.
It have a sad feel to it. It had, like this is what's going on. Not isn't he a loser because of it, but more of just like here's where we are, and he hasn't moved on that much. And he's by himself doing this. He obviously doesn't have a family living with him or anything like that. But he also didn't seem like, oh, woe is me. I'm gonna drink to my sadness, sort of thing.
A lot of people don't kind of realize. Yeah, a lot of people don't really realize there's stuff missing in your life, stuff that's kind of dragging you down. Sometimes you don't even know you're kind of in those places, right?
Well, or
maybe he was fine,
or you don't notice until you find out, what you've been missing, right? Like the only thing he was missing at this point was Goose, I think.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. So he's a test pilot. And he goes to the testing range and they find out we meet Hondo, which Hondo's my favorite character. I love him to death.
Hondo's the best, but like
God, I love him and Bob. Him and Bob were my sentimental favorites in the
easily.
movie.
And I'll talk about Bob here in a bit, but only Tom Cruise could. I wish we could find out real or not real or how stretched the truth is, but the way that he barreled through the checkpoint on that airbase at full speed, I'm like, not only did Maverick do that, but Tom Cruise did that. And like, how in the world did they make that happen? Like,
that's so true. Well, anyway, they've been told to stand down because the drone ranger, Admiral Kane, wants the budget for this test flight program to have a new drone program, whatever. Now, the really interesting thing about this whole first setup and sequence is this is the one part of the movie I hear people say is unnecessary. I disagree. But secondly, because it is kind of it's tacked onto the front, but there's reasons for it. And I do want to talk about them.
Yeah.
But I thought this was going to be what the movie was about. And we even said it on air that's
everything that we talked about was the drone.
It's going to be, there's a mission that the drones could do or the pilots can do. And they're trying to prove that the pilots can do it better than the drones can do it, like, or something.
Yeah.
It was.
And that made all the sense in the world. We talked about that, right?
Here's the really cool thing. It's there, but it's an undercurrent of the movie.
They start with it, but then they're like, yeah, but it's not yet.
Just in the background.
And so they touch on it, but they're like, yeah, but we're gonna focus on the pilots because it's not drone time yet.
Yep, and I love that.
Yeah,
I really do love that.
That works.
I thought about playing some opinions from the Top Gun pilots and instructors on, is this real? Are we about to are we going to have no more fighter pilots? And the opinions were so all over the place that it just wasn't worth saying this was an answer.
And that makes sense to me. I think that like you're going to get different answers from different folks, and you're going to get different answers based on like very specific things, because there's going to be folks where it's like, yeah, we're getting rid of pilots and we're going to go to drones. Well, that branch of this division of this, service or whatever is going to be phasing them out in the next 3 years. But then this other part it's on the radar, but it's not that much on the radar, sort of thing. And I think it literally depends on who you ask, not just from their perspective, but where they're coming from. Like,
yep. I think the most common thing I heard was it's not the 5th gen. So the F-22 Raptor and the F-35 Lightning will be used for 30 years.
Yeah.
We are currently developing the 6th gen. We're not making them yet. They're probably 8 years away. And they're like, I think that's the generation. Like if you come up and you're 12 years old when those things are on the table, you might not fly fighter jets, maybe. But they said there will probably always be uses that we're just not thinking of, because we always think technology is going to push out humans, and then for some reason it just kind of never does. But anyway, so it was all over the board. You're right, for sure. Well, anyway, Mav goes, we're going to test it anyway. It takes off, and they do this really cool kind of sequence of getting him ready to get in the jet. And then you see the mission kind of control people, thumbs up for launch kind of stuff. They did that. And then right when he takes off, the Admiral arrives. And then you see Mav say, I know, you know what happens to you if you do this. He goes, well, I know what's going to happen to everybody else if I don't.
Love that.
And this is so this is my humble opinion. Well, first of all, when he takes off and they fly over Ed Harris, did you know that really happened and the roof really came off that building and they actually had to pay to replace the building and it completely wasn't planned and they kept it in the movie? They really blew the roof off of it.
I did not know that. Was Ed Harris actually standing there? Or was
yes.
He didn't move?
Okay. Either it was him or it was a stand-in for him, but I think it was him. He was really standing there.
He didn't
and
move.
Then didn't move. And
that's tremendous.
That's what I heard. The building and all that was completely unplanned. And Joseph Kosinski was laughing his ass off about it. And they're like, did that really just, well, guess that's staying in the movie. Yeah. So, I mean, anyway, just hilarious. So anyway, here's what I think this scene is important to show. One, to a degree, Mav is still Mav. Okay. Yeah. He's still not completely listening to orders. That's fair. Cause you need to know this is what people who think this can be hand waved and eliminated from the film is missing. And that is they're taking for granted that Maverick is still the same character from 30 years ago. Well, maybe he is and maybe he isn't. We have to play catch up and we only have a few minutes to do it. So,
and heaven knows we've seen plenty of similar reboots or legacy sequels like this where you got, people that they're obviously the same person, but stuff's happened where they're not recognizable necessarily right away. It's like, oh wait, for like Luke in The Last Jedi, what happened? He's
right.
Obviously something happened and we can defend that, but but that's not even the case here. Maverick obviously stuff has happened and there's some things that he's actually afraid of and things like that. But we don't see that yet, but clearly it's the same dude. And,
I noticed one other thing, and I wanted to know if you agree and if you noticed other things. The other thing it says about Mav is, what was his problem in the first movie? The only real plot thread that is held through the original Top Gun from the start of the movie all the way to the end, there's only one, and that is him being a good teammate and becoming a teammate and colleague of Iceman, right? Like, he just operates on his own. He's not a good team leader. He's not a good team lead. He's literally called Maverick, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
He has gone so far and developed so much of a character. He understands he's getting court-martialed if he does this, but everyone else keeps their job and he's going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
So I think it was showing us that he is still the same Mav that we saw at the beginning of Top Gun. And he is now the Mav we saw at the end of Top Gun when he's like, I am not leaving my wingman, right? So that's what I think.
Yeah, he hasn't regressed, but he hasn't progressed in the way that he might have over the last 36 years.
And then when he pushed it to 10.1, 10.2, 10.3 and literally destroyed his aircraft, which probably cost $40 million or whatever the fuck. I even looked up what scramjets are because I used to know and now I know again because he goes in initiating scramjet mode. It's I won't get into it. It's a mode you have to have if you're going to go faster into those high Machs because it's a way to take in. The air is almost moving too fast. It can't ignite. Anyway, it's a way to slow down. Right.
Turbines can only go so fast physically. Right. And so it takes the turbines out of it.
It uses shock waves to slow the air down to combust it and ignite it. And anyway, very, very cool shit. Anyway, so he pushes back past Mach 10. I loved Hondo talking to, it's funny, the actor who plays Hondo said he'd seen The Abyss so many times he just geeked out over sitting next to Ed Harris for that whole part.
I love that.
He's like, I was like, you're from The Abyss. Oh my God. Like he just geeked out about it. I love that.
I love that anyway, that's what he picked too. Of all
right? Of Ed Harris's entire career. He's done so many things, right?
I love Ed Harris from The Abyss, but I wouldn't expect other people to be like, that's what they picked for him.
And so anyway, Mav crashes and he walks into a diner for water, which I'm sorry, I just saw Kill Bill in my head.
Oh, really?
When the bride gets out of that grave and she's covered in dust and goes to the diner. There's a few people in it. She asks for water.
Oh my gosh.
I just saw
that's
that.
Funny. I liked the where am I? And the kid's like Earth.
Yeah, he said it in a really cute kid Earth. Like he actually said it in a real cute kid way.
Yeah.
No, that was fantastic.
So I know we don't. I don't think we have a real versus. Exaggerated on this one.
No, this was really kind of, there are test stuff like this, but I don't know. I couldn't. And the reason is these test pilot programs are so classified from even the Top Gun pilots. They don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So a lot of them just didn't have any opinion on this part. They just didn't know.
Can I say the thing that I caught was like,
you can say anything you want.
Really? Was not, I mean, he survived because he's our hero and he's got plot armor, but he's friggin' Maverick. But the fact that he got to Mach 9 and then started turning.
Oh,
did you notice that?
Well, yeah, because if he keeps going straight, he's probably going to end up in airspace he's not supposed to be in. But yeah, it was it looked like a tight turn. It didn't seem that tight, but yeah, he did have to turn. Yeah.
I I don't know. Maybe there are folks that are like, no, dude, you totally would do that at Mach 9. But like on a test flight where you're going for, you're pushing for Mach 10 and you hadn't hit Mach 9 yet, I just feel like you wouldn't be turning at all. Like you would be.
It definitely was a lean. It was kind of I know.
Well, there wasn't much, but it was obviously deliberate, and you even see the trail after things are done. It was a gorgeous scene. It was shot really well, but it's just like, really,
I don't know. Maybe I need to look that up because I did hear pilots asked about the top part and they're like, those test flights do go on and they try to break barriers and
breaking the land speed record at the Salt Flats, at Bonneville. You don't get to the new record and then start turning and then get to the next record. Anyway, I don't know. It's a nitpick and maybe I'm full of it because I don't know, but I'm just like, I did a year and a half of engineering. It doesn't seem.
Well, regardless, he does end up in front of Admiral Kane. If you're ready to play the first scene,
yes.
I will say, I mentioned before that the equipment that we're using to do this is better than we've ever had, and this is some of the cleanest audio that you will ever hear us. If you've been a long time listener to the show, it's some of the best we have. That little quirk that recorder has that when it doesn't detect sound, it pauses itself. And then when it detects sound, it turns itself back on. And it's a feature that it cannot turn on and off. That there will be 2-3 times during the course of this entire show where the first part of a couple of words are going to get cut off because it's in some movies, there's background music playing when people are having dialogue. And in this movie, there's no soundtrack a lot of times when there's dialogue. So it's just silence. So anyway, there's a couple little trip ups in some of it, but it's mostly really, really clean. Anyway, if you're ready, man, let's listen to the Star of the Abyss, dress down Maverick. Here we go.
30 plus years of service, combat medals, citations, only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years. Distinguished. Yet you can't get a promotion, you won't retire, and despite your best efforts, you refuse to die. You should be at least a 2-star admiral by now, if not a senator. Yet here you are. Captain. What is that?
It's one of life's mysteries, sir.
This isn't a joke. I asked you a question.
I'm where I belong, sir.
Well, the Navy doesn't see it that way. Not anymore. These planes you've been testing, Captain, one day, sooner than later, they won't need pilots at all. Pilots that need to sleep, eat, take a piss. Pilots that disobey orders. All you did was buy some time for those men out there. The future is coming, and you're not in it. Escort this man off the base. Take him to his quarters. Wait with him while he packs his gear. I want him on the road to North Island within the hour.
North Island, sir?
Call came in with impeccable timing, right as I was driving here to ground your ass once and for all. It galls me to say it, but for reasons known only to the Almighty and your guardian angel, you've been called back to Top Gun.
Sir.
You are dismissed, Captain. The end is inevitable, Maverick. Your kind is headed for extinction.
Maybe so, sir. But not today.
Had to leave the score in there. But anyway, yeah, we saw a lot of that in the trailer in the first teaser, or at least a lot of that first half of that dialogue. I don't know what else there much is to say about it. The captain thing is really interesting. So I didn't get I only heard this late last night. The captain thing is actually also very real. If you won't go past that by a certain point in your career, they'll wash you out unless they can find some use for you. And so even that fact, and I don't have anything to play, so I'm not making it a game or part of the game yet, was even real, that either someone has to like you or they have to have a job they really need you for, or get out. You can't, you've gone as far as you're going to go. Asta, dude. Now, I don't know if it's that way in all the armed forces, and we do have a lot of people in the armed forces listening. I'm just going off of what I heard pilots saying when I was listening to some of these interviews, that even this was real. That, yep. In other words, there are people who can't get advanced past a certain stage, and that keeps going long enough. Usually they wash you out. So I just found that really interesting. I do like this setting up that Maverick has been trying to stay behind the stick until they're going to kick him out. Like, he's not leaving. And when he grabbed his sunglasses in the hangar and he grabbed his jacket, there was a thing on the wall that said test pilot something 2016. So it looks like if this was filmed in 1819 and was supposed to come out in 20, it seems that it was supposed to suggest he'd been doing test pilot stuff for 3 or 4 or 5 years.
It sounds about right compared to the dialogue and elsewhere, because he had seen Penny 3 years previous. So so that's about right.
Well, next, and there's another scene we're going to play pretty quick, but you see shots going into Fallon Air Force Base, which is now where Top Gun is. It's not in Miramar anymore. It's in Nevada. It's in Fallon in Nevada, as far as I know. And I saw it's kind of was filmed everywhere. It's supposed to be, that's why he says North Island. That's not what they say in the first one. Right. I think. I don't know. I got to be honest. I'm confused as to where the movie's version of Top Gun claims it is. It was shot at Fallon a lot because the pilots were like, oh yeah, I recognize all that stuff in that building. Like they knew where everything was. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. But anyway, he's on his bike. It's dope as fuck.
Yeah, it is.
It's
nice.
Great. Anyway,
that's one of those shots that like it's not a Top Gun movie if that doesn't exist. In a lot of ways.
Oh yeah, exactly. So this rolls into the very next scene, and then we're gonna get into some other fun stuff. But the next scene is he meets his, and this part was the kind of unrealistic part they said, and there's a little detail, but usually the air boss, it's like the CEO. He doesn't just end up in your classes. He doesn't just hang out with you. Like the admirals don't just hang around and then happen to go to the same aircraft carrier on a mission. Like the air boss at Top Gun does not then go to the aircraft carrier to do the mission later, but these did because of the movie stars. And these two guys had to represent military brass, and that's their job. And there is an air boss, and there is, a commanding officer, all that stuff.
It would have to be something where it's like this mission is like so top priority that YouTube admirals need to be, babysitting the entire way. Which, I don't know, but it does strike me now that you mention it. It's a little,
but I mean, the first one did too, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's true.
But anyway, so Mav's going to meet his commanding officers, and he gets briefed on why he's been back. They kind of go over the mission, and they discuss Rooster. And again, there's a couple of words here get cut off, but most of it's crystal clear for the duration. So here is our next scene.
Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell. Your reputation precedes you.
Thank you, sir.
Wasn't a compliment. I'm Admiral Bo Simpson. I'm the air boss. Believe me, Admiral Bates.
Well, sir, must admit I wasn't expecting an invitation back.
They're called orders, Maverick. You two have something in common. Cyclone here was first in his class back in '88.
Actually, sir, I finished second. Just want to manage expectations.
The target is an unsanctioned uranium enrichment plant built in violation of a multilateral NATO treaty. The uranium produced there represents a direct threat to our allies in the region. The Pentagon has tasked us with assembling a strike team and taking it out before it becomes fully operational. The plant sits in an underground bunker at the end of this valley. Said valley is GPS jammed and defended by an extensive surface-to-air missile array, serving a limited number of fifth-generation fighters, which in turn are backed up by a plentiful reserve of surplus aircraft, even a few old F-14s. Seems like we're not the only ones holding on to old relics. What's your read, Captain?
Well, sir, normally this would be a cakewalk for the F-35 stealth, but the GPS jamming negates that. Surface air threat necessitate low-level, laser-guided strike, tailor-made for the F-18, I figure. 2 precision bombs, minimum. Makes it 4 aircraft, flying in pairs. That is one hell of a steep climb out of there. Exposing it all to surface-to-air missiles. When you survive that, it's a dogfight on the way home.
All requirements for which you have real-world experience.
Not the same mission, sir. No, someone's not coming back from this.
Can it be done or not?
How soon before the plant becomes operational?
3 weeks, maybe less.
It's been a while since I've flown an F-18, and I'm not sure who I trust to fly the other 3, but I'll find a way to make it work.
I think you misunderstand, Captain.
Sir?
We don't want you to fly it. We want you to teach it.
Teach, sir?
We recall 12 Top Gun graduates from their squadrons. We want you to narrow that pool down to 6. They'll fly the mission. Is there a problem, Captain?
You know there is, sir.
Yeah. Bradley Bradshaw, a.k.a. Rooster. I understand he used to fly with his old man. What was his call sign?
Good.
Patrick, what happened? Captain Mitchell was cleared of any wrongdoing. Goose's death was an accident. Is that how you see it, Captain? Is that how Goose's son sees it?
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher.
You were a Top Gun instructor before.
That was almost 30 years ago. I lasted 2 months. It's not what I
Then let me be perfectly blunt. You were not my first choice. In fact, you weren't even on a list. You were here at the request of Admiral Kazansky. Now, Iceman happens to be a man I deeply admire, and he seems to think that you have something left to offer the Navy. What that is, I can't imagine. You don't have to take this job. But let me be clear. This will be your last post, Captain. You fly for Top Gun, or you don't fly for the Navy ever again.
Well, that was pretty intense. We will discuss later at different parts about the mission. Is that a real mission? Would you really use Hornets like this? All this stuff. Mm-hmm. But here's the comment about this that it's too small. They said that you can't use the F-35 Lightning because GPS jamming basically negates their weapons. What the pilot said is there's a couple of things was, that's kind of true. Here's the problem. 90% of the Lightning is still classified. So you can't, 2 things. There's no back seat. You can't film the actors in it. You can't even show the cockpit. You can't show the dashboard. It's all classified. You'd have to change it up, gray it out. Like it just was completely impractical to use that aircraft. They had to come up with a reason to use the Hornet, and the pilot's like, look, whatever. Could the Hornets have done it? Yes. Could the Lightning have done it? Probably. But we cannot use that in this movie. It's just not going to work. Mm-hmm. And not only that, but Australia, the Super Hornet is their primary aircraft they use. Britain's got them. US has got them. Like, no matter where you put this movie, everyone's going to know what a Hornet is. Whereas an F-35, only we have those. And anyway, so just interesting. What I think they were trying to say, because they can't say much because it's classified. And even the ones that had flown the F-22 and the 35 were like, I'm sure it's true that some weapons are GPS guided, but there's probably a lot of things the aircraft could do where that's not going to fucking matter, and it would have been fine. But they're just not going to say shit. So,
yeah, I can
the clear answer.
It's one of those that you just got to kind of take the movie's answer for it, in my opinion. I can imagine that there would be about 18 million different things that you would do before you get rid of your premier stealth fighter in a particular mission, or you use friggin' drones,
right?
So, I mean, but we can just go ahead and assume that the military has done all of that due diligence and knows that, all right, well, this is the last thing they can do. It seems a little. I like the fact, like that pilot said in the previous clip. I like the fact that there's an actual mission, that they're working towards it and they're training towards it. I love the overall plot that entails. I love that we actually have a mission to fly, as opposed to, there's some folks there, we need to go take care of them, and that didn't work well. And it was.
The mission wasn't related to the school. The mission just happened after the school.
The mission was the mission. The mission was the worst case scenario on any average day during the Cold War. And it made all the sense in the world at the time for that to be what it was, because if it were any bigger than that, we're talking about World War III. So, this is seems to be a little more, just from a civilian standpoint, it's a lot more believable that they're going in to try to take out an installation, and it's going to be secret, and they're going to try to do it before it comes online. I mean, all of it is believable, and I enjoyed the fact that we actually get an actual mission, and I like the impossible nature of it. Tom Cruise gets to do another Mission Impossible in some respects. So I was digging all that. Talking about John Hamm a little bit here, I like John Hamm a lot.
Oh yeah, me too.
Boy, is he a dick in this movie. he does a great job of being a dick in this movie, and he has to be the foil. He has to be the stick in the mud, and he is really I mean, obviously an admiral could talk down to a captain like that, I'm sure, but he's super
those digs were not necessary. Yeah, seems like we're not the only people hanging on to old relics. Thanks, you didn't need to say that.
I know, but it was a great line too, so
right.
It definitely establishes his character as all right, dude, you really are not likable, and yet you're John Hamm, so you're not all bad, right? But
right,
he's one of those actors that even when I'm hating him, I love to hate him, sort of thing. So
right,
his characters.
Well, the thing that's important here is the stuff about Iceman, and it goes deeper than you think. So first, he did not pick Mav for this after he realized he was probably going to get fired. He had chosen him for this before the Dark Star thing had just happened.
Yeah, that's
true. He was going to get ordered to this, whether or not he took off in that plane or not. So it is not, people have interpreted this as Iceman's just saving his ass right here. No, had nothing to do with it.
The timing was
convenient,
good. Yeah.
like Kane said, with impeccable timing, which is all true. But no, he knows that Maverick is the best pilot. I'll get to that later when he actually asks him who's the best pilot. I think Iceman understands Mav is, and I think there's that moment where Maverick says, someone's not coming back from this.
Yes.
And I will talk later. I thought we had a missed opportunity where someone needed to not come home to elevate this to the stakes that they thought. However, no, the reason that they came home is Maverick, and Maverick ends up on the mission, which is the reason they came home, because I think the movie suggested if later John Hamm does not make that decision, someone isn't going to come home.
Maybe,
and then he wants Mav to rub off on him. He understands this thing's going to be nasty, and you're going to have to fly like him, and he's going to have to rub off on people. So I think that's what all the Iceman stuff is in there. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, we'll get into somebody not coming back from this. I felt like they were telegraphing the entire way that, we were going to lose Maverick or Rooster or, somebody. And
I figured it was Mav. I figured Mav is going to die to save Brad.
Why wouldn't they?
Right. I really did.
The name of the movie is Maverick, it's 1,000% appropriate for it to be that way. It's just a matter of how does fate get him? And, it's no, you're not flying it. Okay, well then how does he get to that point where he is flying it, sort of thing? Or if he's not, then Rooster's the one that dies, and now he gets to live with that as well, sort of thing. And so I like, this sets it up, and we'll talk about the tough decisions that he ends up having to make.
Yep. Well, he ends up at the Officers Club, and Penny Benjamin's there. She runs it, owns it.
And David Bowie's playing in the background on the jukebox.
David Bowie's playing in the background, which is hilarious because of Labyrinth, and all that kind of stuff. But I love that it's her. Yeah. I was like, it's so good that it's her. That absolutely, because, and they like in the original Top Gun, they made it seem like it was a one night stand. Or no, it's an on again, off again relationship based on a myriad of factors. And she talks about you get in trouble, then you get sent to Bosnia, then you get in trouble, you get sent to Iraq, and then you get in trouble and Iceman bails you out. Like they go through this thing like, no, this is a pattern for you, man. And Iceman's just your safety net for your bullshit. And anyway, I thought that was fucking fantastic. It cracks me up.
I like that it was Penny Benjamin and Admiral Benjamin's daughter, and they don't, you don't, like, people that knew the movie, you know, put two and two together pretty quickly. For anybody else to look for confirmation, it wasn't until the credits where it says her last name. But there's only one Penny in Maverick's life, and they wouldn't just redo that, right?
Right. It's so funny how many people didn't know who she was. It's so many. I see so many people online talking about, oh, is that who that was? Oh man,
it was just. I would forgive anyone, for any casual observer, for not knowing who that was, and I think somebody figured out that Jennifer Connelly was like 15 or 16 in the first Top Gun. So, probably, right? No wonder he got.
He was only 24.
Oh,
he was 23, 24. Yep, he was 23, 20 or so when he filled it.
That makes it okay then. I don't know.
No, I'm just saying. Anyway, no, I gotcha. So the pilots start to come in, and we start meeting them. We start, there's Hangman, Bagman, Rooster arrives, Slow Ride on the jukebox is playing. The whole thing is fantastic. They don't know what the mission is. And then the personalities of the pilots start coming out. Hangman starts being kind of the Iceman character. We meet Bob.
Just Bob.
His real name's Robert. What's your name? No, it's Bob. Oh, I've been here the whole time.
I love it. Because
Phoenix says you're supposed to be my new backseater. In other words, they've never worked together.
Right.
And so anyway, go ahead.
I love Bob because now I have somebody that I can actually point to of like, hey, it's me.
Right. He wore his t-shirt on the beach. He did not, he was not shirtless. Like I need to not ever be again. You're right. It's so funny. I'm sitting in the theater and I went, oh, wow, that kind of looks like Bill Pullman. And I went, wait a minute. And I Googled it. I had no idea. Lewis idea it's really his son. I had no idea. I've seen him before. I had no idea until I looked at him and went, oh, it really looks like Bill Pullman.
I had no idea. Oh, wow. I'm going to have to look him up.
Yeah.
That's wild.
No, it was definitely him. Okay. So let's play another round of, I don't know, we can call it, is it bullshit? These pilots and these personalities. Do you think this is like, nope. These guys exist. They look like this. They talk like this. Do you think it's, well, kind of, or do you think it's nobody would be allowed to be in the Navy if you acted like this? I don't know. What do you think?
If it's nobody's allowed in the Navy, if it were,
is it bullshit real? Yeah.
I think that if it were bullshit, then it's only recently that it became bullshit, like over the past 20 years or so. But I don't think, I think that's the whole, I think that's it. I don't think that, if there's anything that's not realistic, it would be that more of them are like Hangman than just, 1 out of 12 or whatever. So that's my thought. I think you've got alpha personalities galore.
Right. Okay. So playing at home, choose. Is this real? Is it, it's Hollywood exaggerated, or nobody acts like this. Here is our answer.
The pilots in the movie, the various pilots in the movie. How are those personalities? Did they nail it?
In the leadership lens, I'm looking at ego. I'm looking at all these other nuanced things, and they magnify the personalities to do exactly what you described. They got 2 hours to depict all these things. So they take these individual personalities and they magnify them so they're really obvious to see. And so in some sense, I didn't have a lot of experience with people whose personalities were that kind of, I guess, over the top in some ways, but I can identify and resonate with every single one. So I think in that sense, they still did a good job depicting ego, complacency, a bunch of other subtle attributes you really got to think about in order for someone to be successful in difficult situations. So I thought they did a good job of that too.
Okay.
So I would plug that in the exaggerated category, but exaggerated for the sake of storytelling, because there are pilots that are too safe and too complacent, like Rooster, but they have to amplify that under a magnifying glass real quick so that you understand that that's the character trait that's important for our film. Same with Hangman. What they talk about in a different one, they said, what's most common about a Hangman character is not they're just so overtly, I'm good, I'm very good, but they don't listen. You can teach them and teach them and teach them, and they just, it's not going in there because they think they know how to do it better than you. So I think I'd classify that under exaggerated.
That makes sense.
I guess.
Yeah,
right?
so I kind of picked exaggerated, but for the wrong reason. So, okay. I went the wrong direction with the exaggeration.
No, it's all awesome. So Maverick gets thrown overboard. Literally, they chant overboard while Miles Teller, who did play piano, and he still kind of said, I dabble in it. And he said, no, I'll do the song.
Drums.
Yeah. And he said, no, I'll do it live. And he said, I didn't know two things. One, how hard that is to play on piano. And then how high Jerry Lee Lewis was singing. Because he said, I signed up to do it thinking I'll practice it a little bit because I had to work at it to get it to where I could, which is great. So he really played it live. Mav watches outside and it's clear he's not okay.
Yeah.
I think two things are going on here. One is the obvious, which is the, oh, look, there's Goose's son. And now I'm having the flashbacks that they're literally putting on the screen right now, showing all the things that happened. Two, though, it is Maverick starting to realize his age because you had the young pilots acting like the young pilots from the first Top Gun. That looked like the Officers Club in the first fucking movie.
Exactly. But this guy,
they all serenaded Kelly McGillis with "You've Lost That Love and Feeling." This looks like that.
I hate it when she does that. But this guy who is playing the piano like his dad with the mustache was the little kid that was sitting on the piano singing along when his dad. So he's feeling his age. He's like, oh my gosh, that's what Goose did. He's so much like his father. Oh no. Right. We find out later why he's like, I've failed him. I failed his mother by letting it get this far. And there's just all this stuff that is pent up for him and wrapped up together of his dad and him and the mom and just his responsibility as a teacher. Now he's like, how am I going to do this? And I'm sure the thought crossed his mind that he's like, well, I have to kick him out. I have to find a reason to kick him out somehow so that he doesn't do this mission who somebody is not coming back from. Right. It's never explicitly said that he was, but I think it has to have crossed his mind at this point.
Right. The other theme is the Navy doesn't want you anymore. He literally was thrown out of the Officers Club and the door shut with the young people inside having a good time and him literally on the outside looking in, where that's where he's at with the Navy right now. And Penny, there's that really great moment where Penny is having a good time joking around. And then she looks outside at him and is like, oh, and then she looks over and sees Rooster and she's like, fuck, what did I just do? I think she absolutely regrets doing that in front of everybody with what just happened. She didn't mean to, she didn't know he was going to have that kind of adverse reaction. I don't think she even knew if Rooster came in the bar or not. I don't know if she was aware of it, but anyway, I think the themes of age, not being wanted anymore, being past your prime, all on top of all the Goose stuff you just said. I think it was a scene that weighed a lot. So the O clubs. So here's the next. Is this real, exaggerated, or bullshit? Is this how Officers Club operate? Is there a bell? Do they kick you out? They kick you out for shit like that, like putting your cell phone in the bar. Do they behave like this? Or is this for the movie, for Mav to have this moment and what we just talked about?
Well, it's at least plausible to me. Like as far as like doing something wrong, you're going to have to buy a round, and that kind of reinforces things. It's along the lines of the challenge coin. Like everybody puts their challenge coin out and whoever doesn't have it is, buys the round sort of thing. So it's believable to me. I'd say, yeah, why not?
Do you think exaggerated though? Or do you think this is dead bang on?
I don't think it's exaggerated much. If it is, I'm going to go with dead on.
Okay. Everybody playing at home, got your answers in your head? Here's your answer.
Grant, on the lighter side, we see some of the shenanigans, if I'm allowed to say that, at officers' clubs, and you and I have spent some time at some. Is this bell ringing thing? Is that a thing? Ever happened to you?
That is 100% a thing, and yes, it has happened to me. For the exact same thing that it happened to him in the movie.
Yeah. What are some of the offenses that might cause the bell to get rung?
Don't wear your cover in the bar.
So when you walk in the door, no hat on.
No hat. Don't put your phone on the bar.
Okay. Don't put your hat on the bar.
Don't put your. Well, yeah. Don't have your wife call you while you're at the bar. Don't roll 5 naturals when you're playing Fight or Die.
Fight or Die.
You don't want to do that. What's some other good one? Don't go behind the bar. Sloppy dice. Yeah. That'll get you every time. And obviously the house rules depend on where you're at, right?
Yeah.
So in Lemoore, you can put your phone on the bar, but in Fallon and the iBar you can't, right?
Is that because nobody goes to the bar in Lemoore?
It's actually getting pretty good. Don't be mean.
I haven't been there in a while.
We go every Wednesday night. Come on, it's club night in Lemoore. Yeah, but you got different rules at different places.
Do you happen to remember them? Look, we don't know how much Maverick had to pay. Do you remember how much your highest bill was?
Oh, I had a good one on an Air Wing night in Fallon with everybody there, and I think it was about $700 for the whole bar.
How about you, Chip? Ever had a big ring?
I've seen the bell rung many times. I was fortunate enough to never violate the rules and have to pay myself.
All right. Jambo?
Yeah, when I got orders to Top Gun, I walked in the bar and put my cover down.
Because you were celebrating?
Absolutely.
I did that when I got promoted from 03 to 04.
And that's also a tradition in a lot of places. When guys get promoted, they'll come in mass, and it's a party.
Yeah.
Nice.
So they on purpose break the rule to celebrate a promotion, or I got accepted to Top Gun. I'm going to go into the Top Gun Officers Club and throw my cell phone down. It's on me. I'm celebrating. Anyway, I got a big kick out of it. I thought that was absolutely bullshit. I thought it was all just, they made up some stupid reason to kick Mav out of a bar. And the fact that even that was real blew my mind. I think it's fantastic. So I think it's great. Anyway, I got a kick out of that.
It's the kind of thing that's tailor made for a movie, and the fact that they did it I like it. That's good.
Yeah. Well, the next scene, and we will play it, is Mav arrives for his first class. Now, here's the funny part. In the first Top Gun, in the first class, Charlie walks in, and Goose and Maverick realize, oh, God, that's the girl we hit on last night. Shit. Mm-hmm. In this one, the pilot's like, oh, that's the guy we kicked out of the bar last night. Great. Oh, shit. A really subtle callback, but that's why it was done so well, is because the callbacks were not so on the nose, most of them. I mean, yes, Rooster says later, do some of that pilot shit, but most of them were done like this, which is really great.
They're done like they're direct callbacks, a lot of them, but they're not in your face, most of them. I can't think of one offhand other than like the shot of him on the run, riding his bike while the plane takes off, sort of thing. That's the direct, the opening sequence is direct callback, but this is more like, it rhymes, it's a thing. And I'm glad I felt like it was one of those, it's like, it's not as bad as because they didn't interact with him otherwise, right? It wasn't hitting on him, right? So it was just more having fun, and he was practically one of them already, but like, oh crap, I should have been paying closer attention and being a little more respectful.
Right. Well, anyway, and then in this scene, it ends where they go out to do their first hop, and Pete tries to talk to Brad. It doesn't go so well. And I love Hondo in the middle of this. You'll hear him go, and we're off. I love that Mav got to bring him with him. That's cool. And again, I don't necessarily know if that's real. Hondo probably would have stayed assigned to the Dark Star program, but if he was out of a job and it's just not going to happen, then go with Mav. Anyway, I loved him. I love his character. Anyway, if you're ready, here we go. Mav's going to meet his class. Here we go.
Attention on deck.
Morning. Welcome to your special training detachment. Hit it. I'm Admiral Bates, Nautic Commander. You're all Top Gun graduates. The elite. The best of the best. That was yesterday. The enemy's new 5th generation fighter has leveled the playing field. Details are few, but you can be sure we no longer possess the technological advantage. Success, now more than ever, comes down to the man or woman in the box. Half of you will make the cut. One of you will be named mission leader. The other half will remain in reserve. Your instructor is a Top Gun graduate with real-world experience in every mission aspect you will be expected to master. His exploits are legendary, and he's considered to be one of the finest pilots this program has ever produced. What he has to teach you may very well mean the difference between life and death. I give you Captain Pete Mitchell. Call sign, Maverick.
Morning. F-18 NATOPS. Contains everything they want you to know about your aircraft. I'm assuming you know the book, inside and out.
Damn right. Yeah, I'm sure you got it.
So does your enemy. And we're off. But what the enemy doesn't know is your limits. I intend to find them, test them, push beyond. Today we'll start with what you only think you know. You show me what you're made of. Rooster. Bradley. Lieutenant Bradshaw. Yes, sir. Let's not do it like this.
You gonna wash me out?
That'll be up to you, not me.
Am I dismissed?
Yeah, he tried 3 times. He tried Rooster, Bradley, and then ordered him to stop.
Yeah.
Right.
And here, you know, Rooster asks point blank, like, are you gonna wash me out? Like, you gonna keep me from this too?
Yeah.
And you know, we get the answer from Maverick, but I'm positive it's not because he didn't think about it for quite a while.
Right. Well, see, it wasn't Maverick's call to put him in the list of people that were called back to Top Gun.
Right.
But it is his decision on who goes. And so it's an honest question. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, if you're Brad and you're that resentful and you're mad, you know,
especially after what happened, which we find out later, but
yeah. Well, anyway, I really interesting. It was funny. He threw the manual away, which again, I don't know why John Hamm's character looked pissed about it, but it's like, why do you, they still know the manual. I don't know why you're so mad about it. He's trying to make a fucking point.
Yeah. I mean, part of it, I think, is that Hamm's character is not supposed to be, I mean, he's very by the book and he's not necessarily supposed to be, tolerant of too much, of pushing
shenanigans,
pushing the envelope. I think I don't know. I haven't figured out his character totally yet, but I think the general idea is he's like, well, these are resources, and if it's a high risk, it just means we're going to have to accept that not everybody comes back and not all of our ships, not all of our planes come back, sort of thing. And he's okay with that because it's paper and numbers and not people and whatever else. So,
right.
And that's fine. When I stayed over in Germany a couple summers, one of my host family, the dad was an engineer for he was working an aerospace engineer working on the Eurofighter Typhoon, which is a 4th generation aircraft, which like he was trying to explain it to me in German, which was really challenging for me to get. I was pretty fluent, but man, when he started talking about
words that aren't in our German classes,
aeronautics, and especially as he was trying to explain what it was that 4th generation fighters were doing, all I knew about what fighters could do was pretty much from Top Gun, and he was explaining some of the stuff like that's not possible, is it? We see later one of the things that the 5th gen planes can do, which is just nuts with just the super maneuverable thing.
We're going to talk about that later too. Can't wait.
Yeah. So looking forward to that.
So the next is a montage of so Maverick goes up, starts the first hop. They're going to dogfight 2-on-1, which is weird because I guess at Top Gun, it's normally 1-on-1 almost always because 2-on-1, it's funny. My son and daughter got trained in how to do like if two people were coming at you in their martial arts, but they tell them, we're going to give you some techniques to do things to only fight one at a time as much as you can. But eventually you're going to have to get out of there. You will lose eventually. It's not like the movies where Bruce Lee can keep 10 people away. Like eventually they're going to get you. Similar thing, I think, at Jets, but that's why Payback's like 2-on-1. Like, really? Like, this isn't going to go well for you. Anyway, he bets him 200 push-ups if whoever gets shot down, that becomes a thing.
This is the sequence that got my son to watch the movie, which I love. So
nice. Well, anyway, they get a montage of a bunch of kills. And then there is and Rooster, it starts that way, right? And then Hangman loses him in the sun. He flies right directly into the sun on purpose, which is a great callback to the first one. That's how that MiG got behind Cougar. Anyway, so lots of push-ups. And then
it's a great sequence. And, not only was he, so this is like it's show me what you know, or show me what you think you know, right? Is to feel everybody out. But I think what's also cool about this sequence is the 2-on-1 is, number one, you don't know everything because I'm going to take you out, you both out. And also if you're 2-on-1, you should be coordinating. And we see Hangman definitely not coordinating.
He's not coordinating. And he says, if either of you get hit, I win. Yeah. So I don't have to get both of you. I just have to get one of you.
And he still does anyway.
Right? So this is, here is our next game question.
All right.
Is that realistic? Is it realistic that a Top Gun instructor would just kick the shit out of these pilots so bad they don't have a fucking prayer in hell?
I love that question.
Or did they make it so that Maverick is Maverick and, he's Maverick. So he's kicking everyone's ass because Maverick.
It's not different.
I love this question.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's not different from what we saw in the first movie.
Right. Viper and Jester mostly crushed everybody.
Yeah, there's by the end of this the class, you start, they have to start winning at some point, right? So they start doing it, but I think so. Given that, I think you've got instructors up against the best of the best. The instructors are previous Top Gun winners, and so on. So I think it's exaggerated. I think that it's doable, but this is it wouldn't be this embarrassing for the school.
Right. Seems very logical. All right. Everybody get your answer at home. Is Maverick being that much better than everybody else really a thing at Top Gun? Here's your answer. Now, when the pilot, he's actually a Top Gun instructor, when he starts to tell his answer, he says the word would when he means wouldn't, and the podcast host immediately restates his answer in a different way to make sure you're clear. So he's going to answer it, and you're going to be like, oh, it's that. No, just replace the word in your head, wait for the podcast host to kind of not correct him, but say, so you're saying, and he repeats the answer. Anyway, here is, if you got your answers at home, you're playing at home. Here's our answer.
He's a Top Gun instructor, and these guys are just regular Top Gun pilots. So it's still as realistic that he would just slaughter them all. It's not really competitive.
I don't think anybody inside of Top Gun as a student or an instructor would say that the most proficient instructor is significantly better than the most proficient student. Like a big, big, big difference.
Okay, so the best instructor is way better than the best student.
Yes.
And so that was an accurate depiction. He's just up there murking people.
Yeah. I mean, the students come through, even students that are graduates, they're good. I mean, these are good pilots. This is not that they're not good in the airplane, but instructors are getting so many reps. They got so much experience. They've seen it so many times that the difference between sort of the senior BFM or dogfighting pilot at Top Gun versus, even a Top Gun graduate, there's a huge disparity there.
Nice.
I love that. That's not even. I love it's not even exaggerated. Well, I was sure it was exaggerated. I was sure of it.
The reason why I was thinking that it was merely exaggerated and not false is because if nothing else, teachers are setting things up, and they're setting up the students with particular orders of the mission parameters. Like, this is where you will start, and then some shit will happen. Watch out for it. But then the instructor is controlling everything else, so he can show up underneath you or behind you, and so it makes sense that it would at the very least be reasonable and just sort of condensed in, like, well, they're good, but maybe not quite that good. But I love that. I love the idea that it's still,
even his character is not exaggerated.
Yeah,
like the skill level of his is not exaggerated. I everything you said is exactly what I thought when I was listening to that. It made all the sense. Everything you said is exactly what was in my head, like exactly. And then they're like, no, you murk everybody when you're the instructor. It's like, wow, okay, cool, that's awesome. Okay, well, the next scene is still part of these montages, but Hangman, and I this isn't recorded, it starts just barely after this quick back and forth where he's like, hey, what's up with you and Maverick? Because the other pilots are seeing it.
Yeah.
Like Phoenix looked over one time and saw it. And then Maverick's like, I've been here the whole time. He rolls inverted, which is a great nod.
Yeah.
And he says, see me now. And then he looks at Bradley and goes, all right, fine. Let's get this over with. Let's go. You and me. Let's go right now. Because I know you want to do it. You're not going to listen until you get this off your fucking chest or something, right?
Right.
Anyway, and then they start this, they call it a Cobra maneuver. It's kind of like that, where they're descending on the way down to the ground, circling each other. And the first one to flinch loses, or at least they're going to get hit, or they're going to give up their advantage, whatever they're trying to depict on screen.
If nothing else, they're playing chicken, and
they're playing chicken, and they're barreling toward the ground. And then Maverick kind of does his brakes thing without saying it and gets Rooster. And then even later, Hondo tries to get Rooster stopped, but he won't. Phoenix kind of comes over, and Brad says, what happened? We've been wondering this whole time. Why is Brad so... I mean, we assume Brad is mad at Maverick because his dad died. That's what we think up till now.
Sure.
Up till now, we think that's it. So that's the thing, is Brad does not resent him for his dad dying. That's not it. Now, I know he throws a line at him later, like, I'm not going to make the same mistake. My dad trusted you.
Right.
But he didn't lose that trust because his dad died. He lost that trust because he interfered with his career.
Mm-hmm.
So we learn that the reason is different, if that makes any sense. So anyway, if you are ready, sir, let's play this next scene. Here it is.
It's none of your business. Now, where the hell is he? Been here the whole time. Holy shit. You see me now? Come on, let's get it over with. Fight's on! What is with these two? Alright, you put us here. How are you gonna get yourself out? You can bail out anytime! How low you wanna go, Rooster? I can go as low as you, sir, and that's saying something! What's past is past, for both of us. You'd like to believe that, wouldn't you? Our deck is 5,000 feet, fellas. You're running out of room.
Altitude.
Your strategy is about to run us into the ground. What's your move?
Altitude. 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 Pull up! Pull up! Pull up! Pull up!
Yeah, you got it. Don't think, just do. Come on, Rooster, you got him. Drop down and take the shot. It's too low. Too late. You had your chance. That's a kill. Not enough. Damn it. Same old Rooster. Go see Hondo about your push-ups.
All right, that's enough. Rooster, that's enough, man.
Breaking the hard deck? Insubordination? Are you trying to get kicked out?
Don't worry about it.
Look, I'm going on this mission. But if you get kicked out, you leave us flying with Hangman. Talk to me. What the hell was that?
He pulled my papers.
What? Who?
Maverick. He pulled my application to the Naval Academy. Set me back 4 years.
Why would he do that?
Okay, so this was the okay. Let's roll right into this. What about this thing? What about this Cobra maneuver thing? What about them in this little twisty thing on the way to the deck? What do you think on this one? Real exaggerated, or I don't know what this is. This is for the movie.
I'm gonna say that it's most of it is at least physically possible, but that it never happens for plenty of reasons, because
that's a good reason.
You would never do it unless you're two pilots that can't actually kill each other and are mad at each. You know what I mean? Like, just because the one had his dad in the backseat and he died. Like very, very specific kind of situation, emotionally and relationally, between two pilots that decide to do this. Like even at an air show, I don't think that they would do. I think that they could do this, but they wouldn't do it like this in those jets going to the ground that close and being able to pull up. I think it's exaggerated at best, and I think even if it's possible, you just don't do it.
Okay,
that's my guess.
All right, cool. I love it. No, I love the logic. I love it. So good, because what's fun is that I hope the listeners are having this exact same experience, because I had the experience you're having listening to this stuff.
Nice.
They go, hey, what about this? And in my mind, I'm thinking exactly what you're thinking.
Oh, cool.
So anyway, here is our answer about this part of the movie.
Rooster and Maverick, before the bro love, when they still don't like each other too much, they end up in some sort of spirally thing. And what I want to ask you is that a real maneuver? Is it something we should train for? I mean, is it something we want to get into? What did you take from that maneuver?
Well, I mean, that maneuver itself, it kind of reminded me, it was something we used to call, I assume they still call it a luff barrier, where you get across the circle from somebody. And basically you got two people that are in a really neutral position. It's depicted in the movie slightly differently. It's not a maneuver you'd want to get into, but I found myself many times fighting another guy in an airplane, looking across the circle, thinking, I don't have a single inch on this guy in order to see on me, and we're going to stay in this position all the way down to the deck, and the first one to the deck loses. So it reminded me of many dogfights I've been in. It was, from that standpoint, it was realistic enough for me to remember being in many luff barriers in my day with some really good pilots.
So you might not want to get into that position, but once you're in it, the first one who flinches,
that's
right,
kind of
giving up the...
And probably not that close canopy to canopy normally.
Well, we talked about that, right, on episode 143 there, Jambo. When you guys were filming in the 80s, you had to put things really close in order for the camera to pick everything up.
Yeah, and that's one thing that stood out to me about this is that to make it look close, you got to be really, really close. So there's tons of stuff in there. I'm sure we'd all agree, especially, fights on. No, but again, we're picking the fly shit out of the pepper here, and that's not the point.
Yeah,
right. But yes, cinematically, to make it look good, you got to be really close.
So it was you were right for a different reason. That those kind of maneuvers happen all the time,
and
where
you don't want to get into it, but
right,
but when you do, it's a thing,
and that. To photograph it at all or to get both jets on screen, you got to do it insanely close and unsafe. And they would never have done. So it was exaggerated for sure, but to show a realistic version of it, they would have been 2 miles apart.
Yeah.
Not as dramatic.
I get, and I think what he's describing is basically the equivalent of like, we're on opposite ends of a round table. And I'm trying, we're playing tag, and I'm trying to get you. I go right, you go right. I go left, you go left, and back and forth, and that sort of thing where it's just an impasse stalemate. And if you're heading down, you're going to keep on heading down until somebody decides to give it up and figure out something else to do.
Yep. Nope. You are dead on, sir. Okay. Well, this is obviously this is the part that tells you what's really going on, right? Like between them. And we find out why he hates him about the papers. Now we don't know why, because that clip ends with why. And Brad,
he doesn't know
the answer. Well, yeah. I don't think he knows the answer, because when we find it out, Maverick didn't tell him the answer.
Correct.
Right.
It's just like, what a dick move sort of thing is basically the only thing he can say. And it seems like the ultimate betrayal of like, man, I thought you were practically my dad. Like you were my uncle, you know, like why would you do something really shitty like that so that I couldn't follow in your footsteps like I wanted to, you know? It makes sense. And what I think is interesting for the movie is it could have been just my dad died under your watch and I blame you for it. And that's it. But it's tough to get some real character believability out of that because people are more inherently selfish than that. And, you know, it makes more sense that there was something that Maverick did that was literally what he thought was very much the right thing to do, that he fulfilled a promise, and that, you know, it's older folks pull strings one way or another for younger folks in ways that they have no idea. And a lot of times they're not even aware of it. But once you do find out, I can imagine the being like a big misunderstanding in ways that are fairly irrevocable and, you know, not reconcilable relationship wise. And they've got to figure out a way if they're going to get through this mission of reconciling it.
Yeah, no, agreed. And it also creates a concrete reason that it affected his career.
Yes.
He's not just butthurt. Like he should have been.
Yeah, because
he should be
still
further along
at this point, right? He's still got through. He's still on this list, which is beyond like Top Gun class. This is Top Gun winners. So but it set him back to the point where he could have been that much further along.
Right. And you actually said it with what you were just kind of talking about, where I wanted to follow in your footsteps. Goose was not a pilot.
Right.
Goose was they were called RIOs, radar intelligence officers. They are now called WISOs, WSOs, or backseaters, weapon systems officer. But yeah, he was not a pilot. Mm-hmm. And so he wanted to be a pilot, which is very, very cool. So Mav gets in trouble for the hard deck again.
I love it.
And then John Hamm's character, Cyclone, goes off on him like, you are going to submit your train, like, because, and he was less mad about the hard deck than that maneuver. It's like, why did you do that? Like, well, I needed to prove to him that he needs to listen. He doesn't know everything. Mm-hmm. He can't act like that. What's really interesting, that moment where and I wanted to talk about this. I want to know what you think. I have heard a lot of people say Hangman's character is Iceman's character.
Oh, no.
That's the old Maverick.
Yeah.
Because Phoenix just says, if you don't do this, you're going to leave me with him and he's going to hang us out to dry, which is how he got his fucking nickname. It's how Maverick got his nickname. So I've heard everyone go, he's the Iceman character. He's the Iceman character. No. That's old Maverick. That's who that is.
If anything, Iceman was more like what Rooster ends up being at the end of this movie, of like following rules, doing what's appropriate and safe, but also like going, you know, and, you know, do not think sort of thing, but also think a little bit because you're not insane. And Iceman was, you know, I'm sure to some folks he seemed insane, but he was definitely not. He was pretty, he was a lot more by the book than Maverick was, for sure.
Right. Well, the next scene is, he goes to pay off Penny his tab, his $700 tab.
And she's like, don't worry about it. I'm like, whoa, wait a second.
Yeah. It's like, no, like, yeah. Here's your money. That's a lot of money. Anyway, she, her daughter can't help her skipper their sailboat, which they need to take to repair to get the engine fixed. And he goes out with her, and it's a cute little scene.
It's a really cute scene. I like the idea that he's never sailed.
I land on them. Yeah. I don't sailboats, Penny. I land on them. Yeah. It also makes me laugh because there's another comment like this in A Few Good Men, where they're in Quantico and they talk about needing to take a boat from the airport over to the base. He goes, I just don't like boats. Jesus Christ, Caffey, you're in the Navy, for crying out loud. And then he goes, nobody likes her very much. Anyway, it just makes me funny that every time Tom Cruise seems to be in the Navy. He doesn't like Navy things.
Yeah.
I liked it. And it was very pretty when she says, "You ready for the afterburner?" And they put up the giant sail.
And then and she's like, "You're in the Navy now." And that was like, it was a snippet, but it showed the relationship. It showed that it hadn't, I don't know, man. It showed that they probably didn't really lose a step. Like, you know,
Right.
he had the reason he left was not because she sent him away, right? Like he had to go away, and so they had to put their relationship on hold one way or another. And now they're back, but then she's like, "Well, I have responsibility with my daughter at this point. I can't just have one night stands with you and stuff like that. I'm gonna have to, like, if it's not a relationship, then don't bother," kind of thing, which I think is great. Once again, it's like your older, more mature love story, and I'm here for it. That's just pretty cool. And she and so he drives her on the motorcycle up to the house, and she's like, "Good night, Maverick," and closes the door.
But she backs up against it, and we see her face where she's falling for him.
She's like,
and you're right.
Well,
Well, you're right, because every time they were together, it worked. But some reason, they always split up, went different ways, did different things, and they always ended up being flings.
And you know, basically, like what she's talking about, like all the different places that he's had to go, and then he screws up. It's like he wasn't doing things right. He would screw something up somewhere, and he would have to go.
Yep.
And that's not, like, how do you have a relationship with somebody?
And she
like
wouldn't
that?
wait for him when he would, like, she'd just get on with life whenever he would deploy or,
Yeah.
And that's actually important to the end of this movie.
And that's really good for her character too. Like, we never saw her in the first movie, so we have to build for her from basically scratch. And I like how we got to this point.
You know, it's interesting. The other part of it that I really enjoyed was, while this love story is not the primary driver of the film, I was buying this one more than the first one.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, look, I love the Kelly McGillis love thing, and it's funny, and all that stuff's true. But, like, she just says out of the blue one day, "Oh, I've fallen for you." It's like, whoa, okay. Well, that was fast.
It's not that, and I, you know, not to re-litigate that love story, but it's not even just that she, like, it seemed to be very physical, very, like,
it doesn't surprise me it didn't last. Let me say that.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, most of what her reluctance was not that he's an asshole or that she didn't think he was attractive, and you know, she had fallen for him immediately, but she knew that she couldn't just, like, she had rules against dating pilots, that she really couldn't date somebody that she was training. And yet so that was the tension in her heart. At this point for Penny is like, can I trust my heart to this guy? It's not that I'll get in trouble. It's that am I going to be setting a good example for my daughter by having a relationship with a guy who is, you know, this flighty, this flaky,
right?
And is it good for me? Is it good for my family? All of the above, and that's where the tension is for her at this point. And I agree with you. It's a whole lot more believable. I don't know. I mean, it's believable, but with Kelly McGillis, but it was more like, it was very, very much a physical, like, pheromone kind of thing, as opposed to,
it was tacked on. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I get it. I get what you're saying.
I've never had a relationship quite like that with him and Kelly McGillis, but I'm pretty sure that it's a fairly realistic relationship in other ways. So,
well, what I liked is he is realizing that, in fact, so when they meet at the bar, what does she tell him? This is about the time you're going to ask me what time I get off work. Let's not do this again.
Right.
Because it always just, no, let's not do it. And then later when her daughter says, "Don't break her heart again." That's been happening. They didn't just mutually agree to go, whatever. No, he's been breaking her heart with whatever he's been doing. And what I like is that they're middle-aged and they're realizing, man, I better settle down. I'm not really happy. Like he's kind of realizing I'm not completely fulfilled anyway. Like you said at the beginning, it didn't seem like he was unhappy. That isn't the vibe. The vibe isn't that he's unhappy with life, but I think that he does have things missing. Brad is one of them.
Is there more?
She's another one. Yeah. I think that that's fair to say.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the next scene, and we'll play it, is Mav reviews how much time they have and breaks down the specifics of the mission for the first time.
Yeah.
They talk about 5th gen fighters, and they start simulating the mission using a GPS system, basically. I did find out that's pretty real. They use them for they will actually use if they're going to fly a mission and fly in a course, they will duplicate that course.
A checkpoint.
With checkpoint stuff, GPS. So they said it doesn't really quite look exactly like that, but they were saying,
I would love to, maybe you'll play this, but what I want the pilot to say is, it was a lot like Pilot Wing 64.
I don't think they're going to say that.
All right.
That's really funny. No, I hear you. Anyway, then the team is not working well together. Some are going too slow. Some start going too fast. They talk about ownership here. Like, why are you dead? Why is your teammate dead?
And it's not just the why. It's why he's making them think about who is going to be left after their wingman or their.
He is the only one focused on and come home.
Yes,
because later when he gets yelled at by John, or in fact, I know it was during when he got yelled at for the hard deck. Yeah. He goes, "You need to get these pilots over there and successful and hit their target and come home, sir."
Mm-hmm.
And then he says it and come home, sir. And John Hamm's like,
I mean, maybe
Matt was kicking him in the nuts, like you're not even thinking about it. And John Hamm's a little insulted because I'm sure he is at some degree, but not like Mav is. Right. Mav is trying to say the only way we come home is if we avoid those fighters. Yeah. The only way we come home is if we avoid those SAMs. And the only way to do that is to do it my way. So anyway, this is it. This is not the entire thing. It's edited, but here is that scene. Here we go.
Damn it, slow down! I can't stay on the course. Ah, you're gonna hit the wall! Watch out, watch out, watch out!
What happened? Well, I flew as fast as I could. Kind of like my ass depended on it.
And you put your team in danger and your wingman's dead.
They couldn't keep up.
Rooster, we're 20 seconds behind and drop it! We're fine. Speed is good. Increase to 500 knots. Negative, Yale. Hold your speed. Rooster, we're late. We're alive. We'll make up time in the straightaway. We are not gonna make it. Just trust me. Maintain your speed. We can make it.
Why are you dead? You're team leader up there. Why is your team dead?
Sir, he's the only one who made it to the target.
A minute late. He gave enemy aircraft time to shoot him down. He is dead.
You don't know that.
You're not flying fast enough. You don't have a second to waste.
We made it to the target.
And superior enemy aircraft intercepted you on your way out.
Then it's a dogfight.
Against 5th generation fighters.
Yeah, we'd still have a chance.
In an F-18.
It's not the plane, sir. It's the pilot.
Exactly.
There's more than one way to fly this mission.
You really don't get it. On this mission, a man flies like Maverick here, or a man does not come back. No offense intended.
Yet somehow, you always manage.
Look, I don't mean to criticize. You're conservative, that's all.
Lieutenant?
We're going into combat, son, on a level no living pilot's ever seen. Not even him. That's no time to be thinking about the past.
What's that supposed to mean?
Rooster?
I can't be the only one that knows that Maverick flew with his old man.
That's enough.
Or that Maverick was flying when his old man...
Lieutenant, that's enough.
That's enough! You son of a bitch! Hey, come on!
I'm cool. Hey.
That's enough.
He's not cut out for this mission.
It's enough.
You know it. You know I'm right.
You're all dismissed.
So, he's not. Here's the real thing. All of them didn't argue with him. Like here's the thing. The John Hamm character later actually changes the mission specs to match Rooster.
Yeah,
basically
later.
Yeah. And yeah, they'll get there and they'll hit it. They're probably going to get shot down then. They're probably all not coming home if they do it that way.
Right.
If that makes any sense. Is what the film's trying to set up.
Oh, I think it's very straightforward. One thing real quick before we get into the interrelational stuff is
fine.
I loved, this is a movie that was released in 2022 and you have to, I love the fact that they went back and forth, and obviously they're not sitting in the room at the same time that they're out in the planes. They're going back and forth. They're cutting back and forth throughout this sequence, and I really like how they intersperse it. And it's almost as if you're watching the board and in real time in some respects, which isn't quite the right thing, but it feels that way. And it feels like, you know, and it shows, like you say, with the checkpoints, it shows that it kind of pulls in this, like, if you're used to playing video games, you can follow this sequence and what they're trying to do. And I like the way that they do that. I think they accomplished that very well using that kind of language. And it's one of those things that I think this movie did really well, is rely on, you know what, everybody's going to understand that, you know, based on this, that they're used to seeing video games. They're used to seeing like augmented reality on sports games and things like that to show like the arc of the ball and, you know, different stuff like that. They leaned into that kind of thing, which was really cool. Did you have something to say about that? Or?
Well, the pilots, the one thing that they have said is they said it's a movie, not a documentary.
Yes.
And you have to explain things to people in a way. You can't just talk military jargon. Like the thing where the good jets were blue, the bad ones were red, and like that, they don't do mission briefings with software like that. Right. But if you use it in a movie, you can dumb it down so my 72-year-old mom sitting next to me that always asks me 20 questions during every damn movie can understand it.
Yeah, you can depict it in 2 seconds as opposed to the 20-minute briefing that was actually happening.
Right. Yeah, exactly. No, I agree with everything you just said. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Like I say, I really like the fact that Maverick is focused on like, what are you going to say to this person's parents that you know, what did you screw up that now you get to explain to their loved ones why their loved one is dead because of you. And, it's really, it was some of the most heartfelt sequences that like hit home for me, especially this section of the movie.
And you know why he had to go into that room and talk to Meg Ryan.
Exactly.
Brad,
he almost,
that's the hardest scene in that movie.
He almost didn't too. You kind of struggle over that. And
and actually he doesn't say anything.
No.
Maverick does not speak in that room once. So in other words, he didn't know what to say. Mm-hmm. And that's his question to these pilots. What are you going to say? Yeah. When you have to talk to his mother, what are you going to say? Because I couldn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't say shit.
So maybe you should start thinking about that now, before, you know, and figure out how to avoid that situation. Right.
I love it.
It's good stuff. I'm trying not to break up just thinking about it. It's really
good writing.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's one of those. It's like, this is why this sequel works, is because of the lessons that he's learning and trying to pass along to folks in this way. I think it's really good. I like how everybody has kind of different things that they're doing wrong. Like they just can't quite get it done. They can't quite make the turns, or like, you know,
they were all different reasons.
Or, you know, somebody slowed down in front of them and the other person wasn't paying attention that, oh shoot, there's this big turn up here. The guy right in front of't is slow down. I better not like run into him. Right. Different stuff like that. And it shows the stakes. It really, you know, plays out a bunch of different scenarios of like, these are all the things that could go wrong. And so for the audience's sake, it amps up the tension for the actual mission, you know, the actual trench run. And it gives John Hamm's character all the reason in the world to dumb it down, or, you know, to softball it when the time comes.
Right.
Even though that will be a worse decision, it will at least have a chance of getting, the primary objective of the mission done. Maybe. But I think showing, man, I think Hangman is such an asshole in this.
Yeah, no, he is a complete dick.
It's like they weren't fast enough. It's like, dude, like the same team here.
Well, he's not wrong. Like the thing is that
he didn't,
Hangman is that
he didn't correct him, right? It's just he didn't have a thing to say to Hangman when he said
the moment when he goes, "You're not flying fast, like you're not listening to Maverick, and you're not going fast enough."
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "If we do this the way he wants us to do it, we'll actually have a chance." Like at least what he understands, because remember,
he gets it.
He thinks more like Mav. He gets it.
Yeah. But he's also not thinking about. He's like, no, you need to do what Mav does. I'm doing what Mav does. Be like me. You're not. You can't be like me. So sucks.
He's
to
not
me
thinking
too.
He's not thinking about the team.
He's not thinking about the team at all. And
here's
the whole thing, right?
Here's what I loved about it's a concept that at least what I've heard the military say called extreme ownership. And it's definitely a military thing. And I listened to Jocko Willenick's. You actually heard his voice a couple of times. His podcast, he talks a lot about leadership, and he tours the country and talks to corporations about leadership and things like that. And it's this thing called extreme ownership. So the short version is his Navy SEAL team went on a mission and went really bad. They were the SEAL team in Benghazi. If you want to Google it, Google it. But when they got back to base and a lot of things went wrong and people died, they asked the entire SEAL team's in the office, and the commanding officer looks at the guy on the left and goes, "Whose fault is it?" That guy goes, "It's my fault. I didn't do A, B, and C." Then he asks the next guy, "Whose fault is it?" That guy goes, "It's my fault. I didn't do X, Y, and Z." Ask the next guy, "Whose fault is it?" "It's my fault. I didn't do 1, 2, 3. And the purpose and when he got down the line, every Navy SEAL said it was my fault. He kind of goes, "Okay, you're dismissed. Like, you all get it. The answer is all of you. There's no excuses." And that's what Mav is trying to get them to understand. Like he goes, "Well, I slowed down, didn't tell her." "Why didn't you tell her?" "Well, because it will tell her that to her mother." Like the stuff that you loved.
Yeah.
You all are responsible for this. Even Bob in the back seat. You are responsible. You are all responsible for everything in your world. And it is a real principle of leadership that I try to instill at work and at home, that no. Like, you look in the mirror first, then you start complaining about other departments and other whatever. You've got some skin in the game. So I loved that. It's fucking fantastic. I really liked it. Okay. So next part of our game, Donald, there's lots of different parts of the mission that will do different parts, but the mission itself, is this realistic? Is this stuff Hornets do? Do Hornets really go over mountains like that? Do they, anyway, let's just stick to that part of the mission. What about flying as low as they were, going as fast as they were going, coming up, hitting something, pulling up out of that mountain? Like, just the physical aspect of what the Hornets were doing as part of that mission. Is that real? Like, dead bang fucking on? Is it, well, there's Hollywood shit here? Or no, like, this isn't, none of it's working.
I think that a lot of it is very real. I think that the going over the mountains upside down is one of those that is kind of counterintuitive to folks that don't have any time even in a flight simulator. But
right,
having my explanation for how for doing that quick maneuver over a mountaintop, being inverted while you do it, because I was inverted, is because you totally were. My explanation, my headcanon, is planes are designed to go up and not down. And if, in a default mode, we want airplanes in a level flight path to have lift and not, gravity is always going to be there, but you need to have lift. And so your wings are going to be designed better to default going up in relation to the pilot and the plane. Right. and so you have a better your control surfaces and everything are maxed out when you are inverted to be able to do that, inverse dive, right? That's my thought about that.
Cool.
The rest of it with the trench run and everything, I think is awesome. I think that it is one of those that's like, I mean, sure. I don't know to what extent it's actually done.
Right.
But,
okay.
But it seems to me that, like, I mean, it could be. I don't know that I would want it to happen. Like,
I gotcha.
It's kind of interesting that they have these SAM sites all along this valley, and yet nothing pointed down into the valley to check on for exactly this kind of thing. That's kind of my thought, because drones, if nothing else, should be able to do that part. Maybe not the actual dive and everything, but they should be able to navigate the valley like that probably a little better, because they could do it slowly. Right.
Right.
Right. That's my thought. So I don't know I don't know where that puts me and my answer. That's my thought.
I think would you put that in the exaggerated category? Probably. Like,
I think the mountain upside down thing is true. And I think that the valley is at best exaggerated.
Okay, cool. And so some of this answer may not answer every little piece of your answer, but there's two here. Cool. One is about the maneuvers that the jet was doing, and then the second clip I'll play just back is about specifically how they went over that mountain. So here's the first part.
But let's talk about the low-level tactics. So the fleet already can do this. We teach it at Top Gun. What did you see in the low-level tactics? And but tell me specifically, if we're doing low-level, are LGBs generally going to be used?
Well, you're asking some pretty good tactical questions there, Jello, in terms of like how you'd go through it. If I was in a Hornet and I was fighting against an adversary in a threat scenario that was as
robust
as that was, I don't know if I would do something different, to be honest with you. So I think they're trying to create a scenario by which I think for me the coolest part is they showcased actual things you're doing in a Hornet. Real low-level flying, pops, all things I did throughout my career. The tactical implications or applications may be kind of narrow, but every single thing I saw was something I've done in that jet, which was the coolest part about it. I've done 100-foot ingresses. I've done Hornet high pops. I've done full burner, 7.5G climbs, inverted pulls, slewing an IR sensor pod in the dive, releasing an LGB and a high G pull off and egressing, and then simulated moving against AMs. And I'm watching that. I'm like, everything they did, I've done. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah. But you didn't need to be a Top Gun graduate to do it. You're Mark 1 Mod 0.
I did all that long before I got to Top Gun. And I think the best part of it, and Grandmate obviously knows this too, is a lot of the guys that did the flying weren't Top Gun bros. They were just fleet average pilots doing fleet average things, which if you look at it, there's nothing average about it. It was pretty awesome to see your standard Navy JO out there just killing it in the airplane and seeing what the airplane can actually do. It was a good time for me to watch. That whole mission at the end, every segment of that mission is things that I routinely and what pilots do routinely in F-18s on a regular basis. And not like Top Gun pilots, just any pilot has a routine series of pieces of a mission that you would do to include what you described: the low-level ingress, the high G pop, the really high climb acceleration, the rolling on your back, high G turn.
Why do you have to roll on your back?
So to go from pointed high to pointed low, meaning nose up to nose down, because they're diving down towards the target.
You were right for a different reason.
If you push on the jet going as fast as they are, it's probably 500-600 miles an hour. The number of negative G's we wouldn't black out. It's called red out. Like you would put so much blood in your brain that you physiologically couldn't do it. So you roll onto your back. So when you apply the G, it's in the right direction. It's the type of G that you want. And so instead of getting all weightless and floating and just making it really slow and painful, you roll inverted and you pull really hard because it's the type of G's you're designed for. So you roll inverted and you pull down to get into the dive in a way that you can tolerate.
So you were right. The plane and the pilot are designed to go the other way.
Yeah.
And so that's why you roll over and you don't have to slow down, because what another guy said was you can get up to the top, and if all you do is just push the stick forward, you're going to red out. You're going to red out. You're going to float out of your seat. You're going to hit your head on the canopy. Like, it sucks. And also the jet can't take that. I mean, the jet also isn't really designed for that, and you have to slow down. So if you're going to do that and just push the stick forward, you have to slow down so you don't take all the negative Ds. And now you're not going fast, and now they know you're coming, and like all that kind of crap.
So,
right. Anyway.
And so Yeah. Okay. And if you're designing a plane and you know that negative G's are worse for a pilot than positive G's, and so you're going to fly it this way, you're going to design it that way as well to work even better. Then
anyway, what's really cool is everything they did in the mission. Well, and we're going to talk even more about different mission things.
So that's pretty cool. I like the fact that it's literally what they said about Maverick, of like, these are all different things that you are fully qualified to do, and he's like, yeah, but not at the same time.
Right.
That was completely truthful, and yet not just Maverick, but the basic your average pilot can do that. I think is pretty amazing, because I think all of those maneuvers are pretty awesome. Obviously, I think going up over a mountain like that. So I guess the whole point of the movie is that they're putting this all together. They're like, what's something really awesome to do? There's all these different awesome things that a pilot can do. Let's put them all together. Let's devise them.
Right.
Let's reverse engineer it. If we want it to be super awesome, these are all the different things that can happen. So what does the landscape look like? What does the target look like? What are the defenses in place? And why do we need to do it fast? Well, we need to do it fast because there's going to be other planes in the air and stuff like that. So it's it took them a while to come up with all that, and clearly, so I just like the fact that it's not, well, yeah, you can do it. You can do any one of these things, but you're not going to do all of them together. It's like, no, I mean, yeah. I mean, anybody can pretty much do that. It's just, it doesn't happen because you don't have them all together, but it's not that you couldn't. I think that's pretty cool. Although I did hear him say 7.5 G's for the pullout as opposed to 10 G's.
Well, we're going to talk about the number of G's they pulled and how, if that's really realistic or not realistic. So anyway, that'll be fun. Well, the next scene is the big one that everybody's talking about. Mav gets a text from Iceman, and says, "I need to see you." I recorded this. The recorder had a little trouble. There's so much silence in this scene, long stretches of silence. And it's a little weird. It's just Mav talking, because you can't see the screen. He's typing. Anyway, so I don't have it. But they basically imply it's cancer's come back. He doesn't have much time. They've stopped doing therapy. He doesn't have much time left. Nobody knows. They've not made it public, right? The Navy doesn't even know because of so anyway. And obviously and also I've heard this too. A lot of people are saying they used a computer and AI to get Val Kilmer's voice. That's not true. Jack went into the studio. His son went into the studio and did his voice because his son sounds just like him. His son recorded that 2-3 sentences he says at the end. I saw Jack went into the studio and did the ADR. I don't know what this AI thing I've been hearing. I heard his son went in and did it.
Well, AI, I mean, AI is a thing at this point, but
well, they did invent this voice thing that using AI when he talks can make it sound like him. Now he doesn't. I don't know if that was just in a lab or something, but Val talked about it at one point. So that seeing AI Val Kilmer voice is on the internet and it's everywhere. Maybe that's where they're getting the idea.
Yeah.
But I heard Jack, his son, just went in and did the thing. His son helped put that Val documentary, which I loved to death last year. And you can hear him. He sounds just like his dad. So I don't know. I here's what I would say. God, I'm so grateful for this scene.
Yeah.
It gets me. It was, man, it was done very tastefully.
Mm-hmm.
It made sense. It allowed Val to be part of a movie that really, all things considered, he shouldn't be able to be part of. And he was. It was just, I haven't gotten through it without getting choked up yet after 3 times.
Yeah.
I don't know what you felt. But I got to say, I was surprised. I thought, okay, I was surprised until the opening credits, and then I saw his name, and I went, he's going to be in a scene where they wouldn't have put his name on the front. If all he was a picture, and then the other thing I will reveal, once I heard he was kind of going to be in it, I thought the funeral was going to be Iceman. So in the trailer, when we saw a funeral, I thought, I'll bet you I bet you that's Iceman. Or Viper, or like one of the old guys. So I was right, but I didn't. And then once I saw his name in the credit, I thought, I bet we're getting a scene, or they wouldn't have put him there.
Well, it being his funeral was one of the many possibilities, and a pretty likely one, honestly. But I had no illusions that he was going to be in the movie at all, other than name dropped, and a photo, and that's it. And then he's in the scene, and the opening credits was not a dead giveaway for me that it would be any different, because dude, that's super respectful to do that. Even if I mean,
you could be right.
Even just for he was second build in the opening credits. That's way more respectful than Hollywood otherwise might be, right? So it was still, I think, in some respects over and above what he quote unquote earned.
Yep.
If without any feelings at all, which I don't, but
I didn't know for sure. I saw his name in the credit, I went, I wonder. I'll bet. I didn't know I was right.
Or if nothing else, they
did.
had like a flashback and a deleted scene, or you know what I mean, or there could have been all kinds of things that could have come up. I honestly thought all we were going to get at Iceman, other than the photo, was the text messages, and I'm like, you know what, that actually works really well. Everybody text messages now. Nobody talks over the phone. And why wouldn't he be, on a texting basis with his friend?
You know what I desperately wanted him to do? And only people who saw it will know. I wanted him to do the Jay and Silent reboot thing and go, and then like show him an emoji. I swear I was sitting there and I looked at Maggie. I go, I can't remember who I said it to. I think I said to somebody at work. I'm like, they got that shit from Jay and Silent Bob reboot.
That's hilarious. I thought the scene was amazing. We had the little intro with his wife, Jean Louise Kelly, which Louisa Kelly, who I loved in Mr. Holland's Opus,
oh my God, that's right! Holy shit, am I old as fuck?
Yeah, she was also.
She was Rowena. Is
that sounds right?
She was the creepy girl who wanted to nail her teacher and go away with him.
I always had the biggest crush on her.
She was gorgeous and could sing her ass off, but I that whole situation with her trying to get with him and he considered it for a minute, and I was like, oh, I love the movie. I have gushed about that movie like crazy on this show over the years, and I will continue. But that one moment, I was like, really? Okay, that's all good. Wife and kid at home, 16-year-old on the road. Let's go. Like,
when it came out in 95, I was absolutely like, do it. Just do it.
I mean, she was 26, I'm sure.
Something like that.
Something. But anyway, I got you. Yeah, she's great. You can tell what I liked is that you could tell the relationship. He even knows the whole family.
Knows the whole family. There's photos on the thing, and it's
that's what he's missing. You know why the camera lingered on his family photos? It's because Maverick doesn't have any.
Yeah.
The very few family photos he has is of people who died 30 years ago in his hangar. That's an important moment. There's a moment Mav looks at his pictures, and it's because, as I interpret it, he's thinking to himself, I don't even have any of this stuff, man.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot. It's fraught with all kinds of emotions.
There's more here than I think people are seeing.
I think there's more. Well, there's definitely more than we expected going in, and I don't know, man. I think people are seeing it.
Maybe so.
I think it's one of those that's going to keep on going. But this scene with Iceman was one of those that I wasn't sure whether I was going to make it through it or not. I think that the way that they did it was great. If you didn't know what was going on with Val Kilmer, personally, health wise, I think that it would have been pretty jarring for folks. But otherwise, it doesn't take much to kind of get an idea of what's going on. If nothing else, you think, oh well, it's a thing. But I thought it was one of those scenes that they number one, they didn't have to have. Number two, they might not have been able to make it happen anyway. And yet it's not only written well, it's acted well, it's shot well, it's edited well. Of the back and forth, like he typed out what, 4 things, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe 3
4
things.
sentences.
But
and the last one stayed on. He kept using it.
Well,
I want to talk work. He kept.
He pointed to that a bunch, and then so the way that he could have an entire conversation, and it works. And I if there's something that this movie needs credit for, it's how the scene works. And I think it's it's obviously lamentable that it had to be filmed in a way to work around his disability at this point. But and I'm very grateful that, I don't know, I haven't seen any news of like whether Val's seen it or not. I assume he has, but especially as long as this movie took to come out, I'm grateful that he's still with us, to the point where this wasn't this would have been a great goodbye if he weren't still with us. This may still be the last time that we see him on screen in any big capacity like this, but holy cow, it was well done. The meaning to both characters, meaning to the audience, for it to come through and happen, and then also the meaning for the story itself that we're in, and how he's interacting with Rooster, is really special. And it's one of those that, an older, or at least a wiser friend, being able to kind of coach another friend about a tough thing, and talking about how there's just, Maverick's got a really tough choice ahead of it, and lots of folks in this movie, like John Hamm later, has a really tough choice, and Maverick has a few tough choices to make, and it's really cool how it ties into everything. This wasn't a tacked on scene. It doesn't feel tacked on in a way that where it's like, oh, and now we have this little interlude where we go visit Iceman, and it has nothing to do with the rest of the story. It's integral to the story. And once again, it didn't have to be that good, and it was. And so, yeah.
Yep. I like hearing Tom Cruise talk about it, where when they decided they were going to do it, he kind of called Val and was like, well, we're going to get you in. And I from what I heard, Val was kind of skeptical.
Sure.
He's like, no, you don't understand. We have to have you in the movie. We will figure it out. We will get you in here. And I like that. And I guess Tom Cruise has been telling the story that he lobbied for Val Kilmer to be in the first one and kept working on him and trying it, because he just loved his acting so much. Like, you'd be perfect for Top Gun. You need to come do this with me. Anyway, and then what's really cool is they have been good friends ever since. That while on screen they were supposed to be rivals, that was not that way off screen. They've been real good buds, and I just think that's fucking great. I love hearing stories like that. Right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
exactly.
In a world where we're inundated with trials of other celebrities, they liked each other, hung out, they're all good. So I like that.
Well, and yeah, just that there's a point where, well, and it would, we talk about invalidating the previous movie or whatever, that this didn't at all. This built on it in a great way, of that moment at the end that was photographed, that everybody in this movie has a photograph of somehow, was the starting point for their friendship, and not the ending point, and then it all went downhill from there. And so that's one of those things that just puts a smile on my face just to think about.
So, 100%. Yeah. Well, the next scene is the obligatory volleyball scene, which is football. But I will say this. It had a reason for being in the movie this time. The first time it didn't. The first volleyball scene is literally just, oh, I guess we're playing volleyball, and oh, now Mav needs a shower. It did not need to be in the movie. You could have removed it and the movie is the same, but it was iconic. And this one was, they said it's dogfight football, like offense defense at the same time, which I thought I saw him start that way and I went, what?
Hiking
and
two
then
balls
I kind of got it. And also it serves a purpose. You said I was failing at making them a team. You were kind of right. This is your team, where it was Bob who they were celebrating score, and then they tackled Hondo.
Yeah.
They were becoming friends.
Yeah, Hondo's refereeing, and he accidentally catches the ball, and then he just starts running with it.
Yeah.
It's a great, fun scene, and it was clear that the actors were having a blast doing it. And what I heard was that they'd filmed it, and then there was some pickups that they needed to do to reshoot. I can't remember exactly what, but it was like a week later, and the actors they had to work on their bodies they knew that the scene was coming up, so they all did everything that Hollywood actors do to get their bodies in peak shape, except for Hondo and Bob, and so then they went out and celebrated with a big old steak dinner that night, and they were let themselves go after that. Not super, but to the point where they weren't peak position, peak physical specimens at that point, and they're like, yeah, we got to redo it. We got to reshoot it and do some more stuff, whatever it was, and they're like, oh crap, like our bodies don't look like that anymore. We're gonna have to redo.
After just a week, right?
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I like that there was a purpose in it. Then Penny, he gives Penny a ride home, and she leaves the door open for him. And
yeah, she does.
There's barely kissing. She lays down, and he lays down and goes to kiss, and then it's over. Like, we don't need to see it. It doesn't matter because it's not all that important in the movie anyway.
No.
But what is important was he says, I noticed that first, her daughter's name is Amelia. Nice touch.
Yes.
Then he says, I noticed you guys are closer than the last time I saw you. And she said, yeah, because I didn't think she was ready she was an overprotective mother.
Mm-hmm.
It caused problems. And then she realized she has to make some of her own mistakes. This is a lesson Mav needs.
This is where my son nudged me. Like, yeah, Dad.
It doesn't mean you don't get consequences for them, but you get to make them.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I liked it. And then she asks, why did you? And he says his mother died not long after. It sounded like not long after Goose died. I don't know. I will say this is the one thing that I was surprised at, to suggest that Meg Ryan's character died, because I thought the one cameo that would be a surprise that we were going to get is Maverick goes to see her.
Yeah.
And they have a quick moment because I don't know what to do with the rooster.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was the kind of scene we were going to get. But no, she said, promise me he's not going to follow in your footsteps. And so he's like, why should he resent his mom? He already resents me. I don't need to add that. It's very cool. That was the one of all the cameos that I thought we were going to get. Iceman, I thought pretty good chance they'll figure it out, but maybe not. Wasn't sure, maybe not. This was the one where I thought we might get one. Because we're 2/3 of the way through the movie here, and they've not mentioned she's not here. So I really thought there was going to be he knocks on Carol's door and says, can I talk to you about Brad?
Yeah.
Right. Or something, or maybe,
or she shows up on
whatever.
Brad's door. Right. And like, you need to give Maverick a chance, sort of thing.
Yeah. Exactly.
But
so anyway,
but I mean, given that none of that happened, I like what we have. And
it's great.
It makes sense. I love how it starts the conversation with her and her daughter. Then it's very germane to him and Rooster. And so, and we find out why he did this, terrible thing, unforgivable thing as far as Rooster's concerned. And I love the fact that he's already mad at me, and he's not going to be less mad at me if he finds out that I was doing what his mom asked me to, because he's just going to then start resenting his mom as well. And then he's not even going to have that. And so, I saw Maverick in a different light after that. After this moment, I'm like, holy crap! You really, maybe you made the right choice or not, but you made the choice for the right reasons, and you're still that's your extreme ownership, right? Like I still own this because, and I might as well, I'm not even going to lay blame at Carol's feet, even though she was kind of the main driver for it. I wouldn't have done it if she hadn't asked me to, but I'm going to own this as far as Rooster is concerned, because he's already lost me now as a relationship, and he's already lost his dad, obviously. And so he at least needs to have good memories and thoughts about his mom, which it's like, oh man, like this movie, like
I know
I'm going to keep reiterating, like it didn't need to be this good.
It's a great way to say it.
Yeah.
These details would have still been, if they were gone, it would have been a fine movie, but the fact that they're present makes it so much better.
Yeah.
He then says, "This is the last time I go out your window, and I'm not going to bolt again. I'm not going to do something. So I leave." Now, what's important to this is he does, but it's because he gets sent on a mission.
Right.
And it's not clear if he's coming back. In fact, they kind of assume he's not.
Right.
But anyway, we'll get there. But he lands, and then Amelia's there and says, "Don't break her heart." And now we're going to play some more stuff. This next scene is Warlock talks about it. The mission is moved up. The uranium's going to get delivered sooner than they thought. And they explain not just the maneuvers that are needed now, but now the miracles that need to happen to the shots that they have to take.
Yes.
So here we go.
Morning. The uranium enrichment plant that is your target will be operational earlier than expected. Raw uranium will be delivered to the plant in 10 days' time. As a result, your mission has been moved up 1 week in order to avoid contaminating the target valley with radiation.
Sir, no one here has successfully flown a low-level course.
Nevertheless, you've been ordered to move on. Captain.
We have 1 week left to focus on Phase 2. It's the most difficult stage of the mission. It's a pop-up strike with a steep dive requiring nothing less than 2 consecutive miracles. 2 pairs of F-18s will fly in a welded wing formation. Teamwork, precise coordination of these aircraft is essential to both the mission's success and your survival. As you know, the plant rests between 2 mountains. On final approach, you'll invert directly into a steep dive. This allows you to maintain the lowest possible altitude and the only possible attack angle. Your target is an impact point less than 3 meters wide. The 2-seat aircraft will paint the target with a laser bullseye. The first pair will breach the reactor by dropping a laser-guided bomb on an exposed ventilation hatch. This will create an opening for the second pair. That's miracle number 1. The second team will deliver the kill shot and destroy the target. That's miracle number 2. If either team misses the target,
that's a miss.
The mission is a failure.
Damn it.
Egress is a steep, high G climb out to avoid hitting this mountain.
A steep climb at that speed, you're pulling at least 8 Gs.
9, minimum.
The stress limit of the F-18's airframe is 7.5.
That's the accepted limit. To survive this mission, you'll pull beyond that, even if it means bending your airframe. You'll be pulling so hard you'll weigh close to 2,000 pounds. Your skull crushing your spine. Your lungs imploding like an elephant sitting on your chest. Fighting with everything you have just to keep from blacking out. And this is where you'll be at your most vulnerable. This is Coffin Corner. Assuming you avoid crashing into this mountain, you'll climb straight up into enemy radar while losing all of your airspeed. Within seconds, you'll be fired upon by enemy SAMs. You've all faced sustained Gs before, but this is going to take you and your aircraft to the breaking point.
Sir, is this even achievable?
The answer to that question will come down to the pilot in the box.
Okay. So, what did you think so far of this explanation? Like, were you cool with it? You're like, yeah, this is fine. It's good. It's whatever.
No, it was great. Listing it as 2 consecutive miracles is a nice little bit in the script and it's called back later that Warlock mentions it, like that's miracle number 1 and that's miracle number 2.
Right.
That was cool. I like the depiction of it. I like the way that they showed the G's and kind of in that final climb and showed the actual cut to the pilots practicing it. And nearly blacking out or blacking out. And so it's you're telling us and showing us at the same time what's going on. Really cool.
And that's just putting them in the cockpit. You can do that because if they were on the green screen, they would have been faking this stuff. It wouldn't have looked like this. It would not have looked anywhere like this because you could see them like there's in the first Top Gun when Pete's flying, I never heard him go like this kind of crap. And they all were doing it this time because it's taxing. It's tough as shit on your body at times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Anyway, I liked it a lot. All right. So returning to our game, listeners, this part is interesting. Okay. I'm going to insert this here and spoil a little bit later. Later, when Maverick steals the Hornet and proves it can be done, he does it by himself in a single seat Hornet. So what they said is 2 single seat guys and two seaters. So 6 total pilots.
Yeah.
The 2 single seaters fire the bomb. The other ones lays the target. But Maverick did all of it on his own because when he does it later, and there's nothing to play because there's almost no dialogue, when he pulls up, he is still, while he's graying out, when you almost black out, it's called graying out, when it does what Donald said, where all the sound kind of sucks out and everything kind of gets foggy. When he is graying out, he is still glancing over and aiming the laser to the laser guided bomb, the LGB, still trying to aim it, and he hits it.
Yeah.
So Mav does it entirely by himself. So my question to you, is it Hollywood that they had 6 pilots and 4 Hornets? Was this just to make the mission cooler? I'm serious. Why couldn't he and Brewster have just flown it by themselves?
Well,
why was this to make it cooler? More pilots, more danger, more drama, more stuff. Would they have really done this with 4 Hornets and not 2? Because you put pilots' lives in danger. The more you send up, the more might not come home.
Correct.
What do you think?
Yeah. So in this, we have the example of you have to basically, blow the door out and then blow up the thing, the actual thing. And, part of me wondered what I wondered is you got 2 missiles or, you could have multiple bombs potentially, depending on what you need to get those maneuvers going. But you drop the bombs and that actually would, you could maybe do one after another kind of thing. If you're laser guiding, then laser guide both of them, right?
Right.
That's one thought. So in some respects, maybe you only need one. But the other thing is, so far we have established that basically any old airman in some respects could go ahead and do all of this. And so it strikes me as
I love this.
They may even be dumbing it down for us because it's too unbelievable that like only one person could actually get it done. And also you don't need anybody more than Maverick if only one person can get it done. Right.
Okay. Fair. Yeah.
But I also am thinking that you don't send out a single plane anyway. It just
you need cover and lots of reasons,
all kinds of reasons why you just don't send out a single plane, in which case you'd go 2 and then you'd make the most of the 2. I'm hemming and hawing and talking through all this.
Sorry, what's your final answer?
My final answer is
exaggerated.
My final answer is they are. Well, I think that the layout of the area is exaggerated, frankly, but the actual like need to be able to do 1 and then 2, I think is what you have redundancy. And so I think that you send out 4 because if the first one fails, the second one still.
Okay. So you're saying it's real, but for different reasons. They really don't need both of these to take the shots back to back like
that's
this.
what I'm going to go with.
Okay. All right. I like it. Everyone playing at home, think of your answer. Here's the answer.
Why do you think the storyline needed to add a couple 2-seat Super Hornets here, the F models? Don't we put more people at risk?
No, and I think that's actually one of the parts I really liked, right? They used the F model to slew up the FLIR and use the laser to guide the bomb for the single seat guy who's dropping it, which we arguably do that at Fallon all the time, right? If I want to hit something and I know I want to shack it every time, I'm going to put the guy that can just operate the sensor. That's all he's got to do, right? He's not flying the airplane. He's not doing anything else. He just operates the sensor, puts the laser on there, and the bomb goes where it's supposed to. And we do that tactic all the time. We do, LGBs and we got to hit a hardened target or we got to hit a wall target. You're going to use that guy to put the laser right there.
Yeah.
I mean, we teach that in Air Wing Fallon.
Okay, so and there was another clip I could have played, but I'm only going to do one. It's insanely realistic because of the speed and the time they have.
Mm-hmm.
Maverick could have done it all himself, but he barely pulled it off, and it wasn't in combat conditions. It wasn't real, and he barely did it. What they need is they need the best possible chance to hit it. And the way that you do that is all Bob's got to do is laze it.
Yeah.
Bob doesn't have to fly. He doesn't have to do anything. He has one job, laze it. And then all Maverick has to do is push the button when Bob says go. So it was realistic beyond realism. Like, yes, the 2 single seaters could have done it, but now he's got to do 10 things at once. And Mav proved you could, but it's Maverick, right?
Right.
And so, no, we put those 2 seaters back there. All Phoenix has to do is get Bob in position to laze.
Line of sight, really. Yeah.
That's it. And that's all. And then that's all Payback's got to do is get Fanboy to where he can do that. Oh, I have a trivia question for you. You ready?
Yeah.
What is Fanboy a fanboy of? No. It's not said in the movie, but it's in the movie.
Ooh,
the answer is in the movie. If you don't know, then it's fine.
I don't know. I think a lot of the actors got to pick their own call signs, but beyond that, I don't know.
I think some did. I know they changed a couple. Okay, it's Star Trek. Do you know why you know? Because the logo on his helmet is in the Star Trek font. The fanboy words are in Star Trek's font.
Oh man,
and that was deliberately done.
I guess I missed that.
It's deliberately that way. Like they're all admitting, yes, he's a Star Trek nerd. That's what it was supposed to be.
That's fun.
I think it's cool.
I honestly, when I was thinking about it, if they pick their own handles, then he is a fanboy of Top Gun. But why wouldn't he be?
Yeah, right. Anyway, okay.
So one thing real quick, I love in the training sequence and the way that they're explaining this with the lasers, they show the undercarriage where the laser head is rotating. And so that shows what's going on with, like every time it's like, all right, Bob, now move the laser, and they show the laser and things like that. So I think that's really cool how once again, they set up the language so that later when it doesn't work, you can see, and I don't know how realistic it is that it's like bobbling all over the place at that point. I think that it would, I think the bigger failure would be it doesn't move. But that's just,
here's the thing: software glitches all the time or hangs up. It's just software.
Are you sure?
Well, yeah, right. So I'm just saying, like, what I agree on. What I'm saying this for is because I'm agreeing with everything you're saying. That the visual representation of that is just make it kind of go weird and obviously not the familiar way we are used to seeing it in training.
Correct. And we wouldn't have known otherwise until, if we didn't have that established in the training montage.
That reference.
Yep.
Right. Okay. You asked about the G's being pulled. So what do you think about let's do a few things here. Do you think that the number of G's is exaggerated that they would pull on the mission and pull in these moves? Do you think that, you wouldn't really, we got other stuff to talk about, but yeah, they wouldn't really do that to the aircraft. If it says 7.5, they're not pulling 10. Like, pilots don't pull that many. I don't know. What do you think about the number of G's used?
It would not surprise me that there is a by the book limit and a real world limit, and that they're that far apart. Because usually that's how manuals work. Is like, I was in engineering long enough, like I say, 1.5 years, to know that stuff gets over engineered. That's why roller coasters work. That's why roads are safe, even in the worst conditions, because they over engineer it. and they promise for good conditions, but then they over-engineer it because then they know bad conditions happen. And I think that's the case for the planes as well, because why wouldn't it be?
Right.
At least in principle. 7.5 to 9 Gs. I'm trying to remember how many Gs like Apollo astronauts pulled on launch.
Good
right?
question. Yeah, I don't remember. I know that what Maverick did, Mach 10 is 1/3 of escape velocity. So like the space shuttle goes 2/3 faster than that was going.
I love it.
To get, like, if he pointed that plane straight up, that's not enough.
Yeah,
to get out of the
to
atmosphere.
get into orbit.
Yeah.
Which kind of blows my mind.
Isn't that insane? I know, because that looked plenty fast to me.
I think that it's.
Think it's exaggerated, or you think it's dead on?
I think it's about right. I think that what they probably what I would have liked to have seen is like, you know, we're gonna, you know, I know that they have in their flight suits like bladders, air bladders or liquid bladders to squeeze your lower body in order to help you from blacking out, right? When you're pulling G's. And I think that might have been an even, like, they simplified it as like you weigh 2,000 pounds and they show people doing stuff. I would have liked to seen the extra part. I don't think it's that out of the order. I don't think it's okay. I think it's realistic. I think that it's remarkable and incredible, but at the same time, I don't think that they're pushing credibility.
Okay, everybody, play along at home. Find out your answer. Here's the real one.
So you flew the F-16. What's the most G's you've ever pulled?
I think I got to 9.1 in an F-16.
9.1. Okay. Yeah. What about in an F-18?
Probably like 8.2, which that was the overstress, right?
Oops.
Like when you go oops.
How about you, Chip? What's the most G's you've ever pulled?
The 9G platforms, I flew the Raptor and the F-16. The F-16, to my knowledge, you can't actually pull more than 9.1. That's the math. If you max G and F-16 is 9.1, the Raptor, you will not get past 9, and the machine won't let you do it. Hornet, every good C model pilot in the world knows you can get 8.1 without an overstress. So I flew 8.1 routinely on a 7.5 G jet.
Okay.
And if you were going to overstress an airplane, just make sure you're symmetric and wings level, and you're going to be fine.
There you go. How about you, Jambo? What was the limit on the Tomcat?
6, 8.
Okay.
Depending on the fuel, altitude, all that stuff. First BFM in the rag.
Oh no.
Slick. No tanks. We've done a bunch of eyeball stuff.
He flew the first
about
Top Gun.
half gas. I'm flying with
this is hilarious.
Kind of a madman in the back seat. So we intercept. He turns. A 2-circle fight. So it means he's far away from me. I'm turning the opposite direction, and I'm pulling about 6 G's, nose low. I'm plugged into burner, and this thing is just raging. And the guy in the back says, "Do you see him?" And I said, "Yeah, I see him." He goes, "Well, shoot him." Okay. So I reefed it as hard as I could. Next thing I know, I didn't black out, but it definitely grayed out like you saw in the film.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like, "Okay, cowboy, level wings, take it home." And I go, "Okay, what's the deal?" And he says, "Look at your G meter." It said 11.
Whoa, 11.
It said 11.
Yikes.
I got really, really, really good at doing overstress inspections because I had to do an overstress inspection on every overstress for the next 2 months.
They made you the man. Okay.
Yeah.
I pulled 8.4 in an F-18 once, and it needed the inspection. And then, 9 in the F-16 as well.
Okay, so let me play. I'm going to move up another one I was going to play later, but I think it makes a lot more sense doing it right here, where they talk about overstressing. So there's this part where after Maverick flies the course, right, he gets back to the air boss, and he's like, that plane may never be flyable again. Right. Well, you already heard him talking about overstress inspections.
Yes.
To where if you do something, you have to check all these things on the jet to make sure you didn't break them or bend them, right? Anyway, so here, just super quickly, they talk about this.
Part of the storyline here also is, we're just going to pull the wings off these jets, essentially. Now, how common are overstresses, and what does that mean? Like in your squadron, if you had an overstress, is that just like, no big deal, we can save it? I mean, at one point the air boss like, hey, we may never fly this thing again.
Well, I mean, that would be a pretty significant over. But what they're doing, I think they even showed it. If I'm right, I think I caught it that they pushed the paddle switch.
They did,
and went to over.
Explain what that is, by the way.
So there's a paddle switch on the stick that will give you full G authority, and it'll take the computer out of the loop, and it'll let you pull whatever you need to save the airplane if you got to do that. Obviously, I don't think for a normal mission, maybe this one will buy that, right? The air boss would sign off and say go for it. But yeah, I mean, you don't generally overstress a Super Hornet. Charlie Hornets, different story. They were fairly easy to overstress. I mean, one of my first hops after my 5 hours in a NATOPS check, I overstressed a Charlie.
When you went from a Super Hornet
to a Charlie, right, and had to go, do the
older model.
Side, sorry, skipper, to 94's CO when I overstressed his airplane in Fallon. And he said, yeah, I got it. That happens because you had like a 3.5 on gas, and when you do that, you can pull it as hard as you want. It's going to give you whatever you ask for. But yeah, it's going to require, and Cagmo will like this part sitting out there in the audience that we're talking about maintenance finally, but that's going to be the maintainers are going to have to go check that airplane out based on what the level of the overstress is. And that could be a full jack job to make sure that airplane is airworthy again.
Putting up on stands, even dropping the engines maybe.
Sure.
Right?
Figuring out where it's cracked and if you did anything to the airframe that it won't fly again.
So anyway, there you go. It's all real. It's all true. And when you watch the movie again, Donald, every time they pull up to egress out of that mountain, they hit the paddle switch that's at the bottom of the stick, and they actually hit it, and they show it in the movie.
Oh, that's cool.
Because the computer will try to rescue the plane for the pilot. And when he said in the Raptor, you cannot pull more than 9 Gs, the machine will not let you do it. Mm-hmm. The computer's not letting you do it.
Yeah.
It is like, no. These are the safety protocols in the holodeck, and you can't turn them off.
Right.
Right. Okay. So
we don't want you to turn into mush in this way. You might fly into the mountain, but you're not going to turn into mush before that.
So when you watch them in the movie, the pilots actually hit that switch, and it's this flap that's at the very base, and they hit it and then yank the stick back. And it's really cool. I had no idea that stuff existed. So anyway,
cool.
Very cool to me.
I did.
Cool.
I went ahead and Wikipedia. Apparently Saturn V moon rocket just after launch is just like 1.14 Gs. I don't believe that, but that's what Wikipedia is saying. But
I guess if you're just going straight up,
Apollo 16 on reentry is 7.19 Gs.
And
so, when you're air braking that much, that's still pretty, that's still quite a bit. And then for them to exceed that is pretty phenomenal.
I just think his stuff was great. Funny. Well, Mav then on the next hop, Mav actually throws a wrinkle in, and he becomes a bandit on their bombing run. That might happen. We could have a jet just run into us out here, and you're going to need to figure out what to fucking do.
Mm-hmm.
And it was pretty cool. Now, it was it Payback? What? Oh, it was Coyote. Coyote was the one that he G-locked and blacked out. Yeah. I had a clip of them talking about G-lock and that blacking out from G-forces is a thing. Well, we all know I think the average human knows that's a thing. But he almost blacks out, and then Maverick goes after him to lock him up with a missile to get the alarm to try to wake him up.
I thought that was interesting, and I'd be curious to know whether that was realistic or not.
Because I'm sure it's a little bullshit. I don't know.
It makes sense that it's going to be making the beep noise for him when he's locked on. But is there nothing else that anyone on the ground could do to be like,
right. Or maybe make his seat vibrate or something.
Well, I bet his seat vibrates, but I just, I'm just wondering, I know that the F-18s are not like fly by wire to the extent where they could be remoted. That would be nice. But I would have thought that there would at least be a way to be like, if there's an alarm bell, that's kind of the sonic equivalent of smelling salts. I can't imagine that it would be, the instructor's responsibility to go and line them up to make that happen.
Right.
But that's
anyway, there's a bird strike here, and I was going to play this. I think it's probably the more lamer one I had queued up, and we're getting kind of long in the tooth.
We know the story about the Miracle on the Hudson. We know that bird strikes are...
But what they said was in the desert where they were, there's really no birds. making it really make the engine go out. Pretty unrealistic. The reason that the Hudson happened is they were geese and they were giant fucking birds,
Right.
and also a shit
There's
ton
a
of them.
ton of them, yeah.
And he goes, yeah, I've hit them. And they were like, I've hit them in my engine. It doesn't, a little bird in that jet engine ain't going to make the jet engine completely flame out unless it was like a whole flock of them. So it was both, but it was to get some drama in there. And then but the bailing out was all real. And in fact, the one part that was kind of cool about was going to play, but I think it's not a big deal, is her sequence of what you do if a bird strike and the engine shorts out.
Like climb.
They said,
and
because it's going to turn into a glider in a minute, so go up. But anyway, all the restarts and stuff, they said at a high level, they had it right. There's a lot more steps in the middle of it, but you can't show those on screen.
That makes sense.
It's not that interesting, but they said it was pretty good. So that one was pretty good.
I liked what they did. I liked what they're doing. This scene was one of those that was like, just a freaking roller coaster ride. This is like Coyote's doing his thing, and I'm like my son and I were looking at each other like, oh my gosh, Coyote's gonna die, and then he doesn't, and then everything's good, and then they get together and it's happy, and then bird strike, and then Phoenix and Bob like, oh no, and we looked at each other again like, oh crap, this is where it is. And it does,
yeah,
because that's how we're not idiots. We know that something bad's going to happen. Right. And so we know that there's going to be a funeral. Right. So it's like, oh, this is it. Doggone it. We're going to lose Phoenix or Bob. And, didn't want to lose them either. And we don't. And like, oh my gosh. But, I think we'll get to this next scene, but we have a scene that is almost a carbon copy of Viper and Maverick after Goose dies in the bathroom. And
just telling Rooster, they almost died.
Yeah, which is really interesting. And then, of course, we find out what actually has happened and why we have a funeral coming up. But it's one of those that's like a fake out and then another fake out and then very much a mirror image of previous things, and then oh my gosh, and then the bottom drops out from under us after that.
Yep.
So it was a total roller coaster ride. Part of what this movie did really well of like keeping us guessing, like, dude, I don't even know what's going to happen in Act 3 of this movie at this point. Like anything could happen because if nobody's dying in training, then guess what? So that's right. That's where my head was.
Yep. Well, let's play that scene.
Awesome.
When they get back, they're going to basically Phoenix and Bob go to the hospital overnight, but they're going to be okay. It's basically a carbon copy with Viper, and then they have it out a little bit. Here we go.
I'll keep Phoenix and Bob in the hospital overnight for hours.
That's good. I've never lost a wingman.
You're lucky. Fly long enough, it'll happen. The others.
You say?
No wife.
No kids.
No mourn you when you burn in. Go home.
Let's get some sleep. Why'd you pull my papers at the academy? Why did you stand in my way?
You weren't ready.
Ready for what? Huh? Ready to fly like you?
No. Ready to forget the book. Trust your instincts. Don't think. Just do. You think up there you're dead. Believe me.
My dad. I'm not going to make the same mistake.
So, there was all the silence. Really, I'm gonna probably switch up recorders. It's working really well for the cleanliness, but some of these dialogue scenes are just not. They're not catching them. But so here's the interesting thing. Mav doesn't tell him the truth. He just lied to him. Mm-hmm. But the reason he gave him is related to the problem he does have right now, which is you are flying it too safe. So I'm going to use your question to educate you in what the moment I need to educate you in.
My favorite thing that he does in this is he's like, Rooster is pulling out all the stops and trying to just hurt Maverick with his words. And Maverick's like, he see him, he's got his back turned and he's closing his eyes and he's like, go home. And like, it's like, I would have something smart to say about this to get back to you, but I am choosing not to. And that I think was such a cool moment to see, like, he's getting as hurt as he can be, right, by these words from his best friend's son, and and he knows that he knows that some of it's right, some of it's not right, but either way, it's just hurting. And he's like, you know what, though, I'm not gonna. This isn't a fight. I'm just gonna let him express things and move on.
Yep, agreed. Well, Iceman's funeral's next. It's very short, but it's very good. Tom Cruise's acting in it is great. He welled up with tears, but he didn't completely lose it. It was really well done. Yeah. They don't do the wings on the coffin thing. Someone said that's a different. It's not. They don't really do that. It's cool for the movie. Who gives a shit? But then the interesting stuff really starts to happen, and we're going to move a little bit quick here because we're going to start getting to the amazing ending. But Mav immediately loses his job. Cyclone was not bullshitting. The only reason you are here as Iceman, the second Iceman's out of the picture, you are out of the picture.
Yeah.
You weren't even on the list. You have done nothing but to prove they can't do it. And anyway, they're going to make the mission parameters get changed. They're safer. But then this is where Penny says, you'll figure it out. But the real important thing that Penny tells him says, you will not forgive yourself if you send them up there not thinking they can do this mission. That's what you have to do at the base core of what your job as their teacher has got to be, is to make them believe they can do it and come home. And so that's when he decides to steal a Hornet, which is a little harder than getting one. You know, he just had the keys. But anyway, and they watch in the briefing room. There's not a lot of dialogue, but all the flying was real. God, it was really cool.
Yeah.
It's so fucking cool. And he gets the course done in 2:15 because the team starts getting scared when Cyclone's like, you got 4 minutes and we're going to come in from a different direction and you're going to go half as fast. Like, won't we just run into these 5th gen fighters that are going to kick the shit out of us? Well, it's a dogfight then. Like, he kind of doesn't give a shit.
Well,
he really doesn't care.
He's being practical, and he's not being very optimistic, right? So it's like, look, if we've got to get this done, then this is how those 2 miracles get done, is any way you can get there at all. And if you can't get there through the trench, then it's instantly a lot riskier in different ways, and we'll just have to deal with that. And it's not, if I were flying, I wouldn't like that, but it's a thing. Right. I think it's cool that, once again, like, they have a live feed from the course. Into the train. Like, wait, who's on the course?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Setting the things. I think he ends up with time on the clock. And I thought he ends up
like 0.16 seconds. He instead of doing it, then they say they had 3 minutes. Seconds. Yeah, it was like they were going to do it in 2:30. He said, I'm going to do it in 2:15.
Yes, but I don't know. The way I looked at it, I thought that he got it actually done in like less than 2 minutes, but I may be wrong.
No, I don't think so. It doesn't matter. You got it done really fast. So Mav is then given team lead because he says, I got a problem. I'm either going to wash you out or, ground you, but then the team's not going to believe they can do it.
I can put the mission at risk by doing what I should do, which is get rid of you, or I can use you and, have our mission have a chance of success at this point, a better chance of success. So let's do it. Pretty cool.
It was cool. And I didn't even think of the fact that Maverick was going to have to get in the air. And then I thought, of course he is. They're going to have to figure out a way to get him to go. And he tells Penny, comes into the bar in his whites.
No words.
And she doesn't think he's coming back.
No.
I really believe that, because later she obviously goes on this boating trip and didn't say when she'd be back. I don't think she wanted to be around when the news came back.
Yeah.
I don't think she wanted, I just don't think she wanted to be around, because she hears everything. Everything comes through that bar. So she was going to hear exactly what happened, and I don't think she wanted to be around. But then we get to the carrier. Warlock tells him this is where he belongs. And then Mav picks his team. Hangman did it and could do it and flew it the way Mav wanted him to fly it. And Hangman is going to be one of the single seaters. He's not going to be in one of the 2-seaters. But he picks Rooster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Duh.
Well,
I knew he was picking Rooster to go on the mission. Like the movie watcher in me knew duh.
Yes.
But I was thinking to myself, really?
Mm-hmm.
With what we know on the screen, with what we are aware of, it's an interesting choice because Hangman is a maverick. He doesn't do what he's told all the time. He leaves people out to dry, but I'm pretty sure he's going to get there on time. He's probably going to hit the bullseye and it's probably going to be okay. Or I pick Rooster, who has not shown he can float this course, but I can trust him and Phoenix can trust him. So what do you think?
Yeah.
I really want to know what you think. This is great. I want to know what you think.
As far as the movie is concerned, and I'm not talking about like plot, I'm talking about in the movie with these particular characters, his reasoning is that this is a very specific mission, and because of it, this is my decision. I think it's about the fact that we are sending 6 people, and we're not sending one. If we're sending one and it's not Maverick, then it's going to be Hangman. But if we're sending a team, then it can't be Hangman.
Okay.
Because he's going to end up doing his own thing and it's not going to work. Like he has shown that he can do it. He has also shown that he is not playing well on others and not setting them up to succeed, which is, if you're going to play on a team, that's what you have to do. And so that to me is, if we're talking about realism, I mean, once again,
what do you think realistic wise?
It's subjective, right? So like, I think every person making that decision is going to make a different decision based on that. I don't know what guidelines there are or anything like that, but that's how I come down. So,
okay.
It's kind of non-committal as far as realism versus exaggerated, but I'm going to say
it's pretty real.
I'm going to say it's realistic for that reason, because it's a team mission and not a solo mission.
Very cool. All right, everybody playing at home. What does a Top Gun instructor think about picking Rooster over Hangman? Here we go.
Chip, I'm going to keep you on the hot seat for a second. Out in front of the mural there before we started, I asked you about my help, if you will, with this movie, breaking down stereotypes. Hangman clearly has a very healthy ego in this movie. You also, by the way, have commanded a squadron. How do you, both of you gentlemen, and now as an air wing too, is that a realistic personality trait these days? And if so, how do you deal with it?
Yes. People have massive egos. They don't always depict it,
you're hurting my cause here.
The same way here. But there's egos. I mean, the company I work with now, the most important attribute in a leader is humility. And humility is something you got to teach. Now, does that character sort of reveal it in a way that's really, really overt and obvious? Yes. But ego usually reveals itself in a very subtle way, not by being loud and obnoxious, but by not listening. And something I saw at Top Gun a lot, and something I saw throughout my career and the private sector, is when your ego gets in the way, you stop listening. Now, sometimes you're just sitting there quiet, but your ego is sort of raging out of control. So he was depicted overtly, but ego's by far the biggest challenge I dealt with myself and the people around me. Because if you want to influence them, they got to be willing to listen to you. And if they got a big ego, they're much less likely to listen. So if you don't think you're dealing with ego, you're missing something, because everybody's got one, and they usually get out of control when you're feeling threatened, and that's what they were depicting.
Grant, you've been on the staff the most recently. When I was on the staff, we would talk about a prospective bro, if you will, coming to the staff. Bro is just the name for a Top Gun instructor. Invariably, someone would say, he's a great stick, but he has a certain attitude, versus, he could be improved, but man, he is an awesome dude. Which one of those are you generally going to take when you guys are sitting in those staffing meetings?
I'm going to take the awesome dude that I can generally improve, right? Because that's the guy who can get along with everybody, right? I mean, and it goes to his point, right? The ego that's unchecked. I mean, he's the dude that winds up at the FNAB, right? Like, that's the guy who you can't control, because, I mean, I'd argue a little ego is good in our business, right? You probably want to think you're good.
Confidence for sure.
Right. And maybe a little ego thrown in there, right? Because you want to be good at your job, right? Like, it doesn't pay to be not good at this job. But I'm 100% going to take the guy who's the life of the ready room and can bring everybody around him. And I just got to work on his, stick and rudder skills, right?
Because it's probably easier to work on stick and rudder than it is ego and attitude.
We can teach that guy to fly, right? We'll get him there.
Anyway, I just like the fact that they're like, no, totally rather have Rooster. I just like that.
That's cool. That's a more personal choice, like that of like an individual choice, as opposed to looking at the mission or the team. Right. That's cool though. I like it.
Well, all right. I said we had a couple of long scenes.
All right.
So let's play the beginning of the mission, because I'm sorry. And okay, if you're not used to the show, it's edited down to where there's dialogue parts or maybe a sound effect added if you need to know what happened. But for the most part, this is all dialogue. So this is not 15 minutes long, which is about how long the recorder went, but this is all edited down. But oh my God, Donald, it's so cool. Like, I'm sorry. It's so fucking cool.
Oh yeah.
So, the mission starts, the tomahawks go off, they begin their runs. You hear a moment of Rooster breathing as he looks off his wing and he sees how close the ocean is to his wing. He doesn't fly this low ever.
Yeah.
Like ever. And he's starting to go, the reality of it is starting to hit him.
Well, not just that, but like he had a chip on his shoulder until he was picked. And once he was picked, he's like, basically, I think running through his head is, boy, that was the wrong choice. Why didn't you pick Hangman? Why'd you pick me? I'm not ready. Right. I think that's what is on his face and in his breathing. I feel like because they linger on him quite a bit during the after he makes his choice on Onward. So it's quite interesting. You instantly see the self-doubt of like, crap, I am not ready. And everything that Maverick said about me was true, and all that, and all done without talking. And it's and other folks may look at it and think other things in this scene, but
no, you are correct.
That's where I'm pulling it. So
I agreed with everything you just said. You said it perfect. Bandits get spotted. Rooster lags behind. Payback and Fanboy like, come on, man, you got to move. Phoenix is like, don't wait for me, Mav. Just go. He said we got to increase speed. In other words, we're going to go a little faster than we thought we were going to, because now there's 2 unplanned bandits in the air. Mm-hmm. Those 5th gen fighters that were kind of patrolling, right? So now it's more urgency. Mav, the first one goes fine. So Phoenix and Bob lays the target. Mav hits it. The second one, Rooster fires blind. Fanboy does not get the laser on target. It does not work, but Rooster gets it hit anyway. Maverick gets shot down. That's where it'll end. It'll end with him shot down. Now, I also did hear the radio chatter here is 100% accurate.
Oh,
it's dead bang on.
I love
very cool.
Like overwhelming the radio chatter is at this point. It's just like, how in the world can you keep any of this straight and survive?
Defending, countermeasures, smoke in the air. It's all how they talk, I guess.
4 shots.
And the score.
Four jets and doing all that.
My audio equipment is designed and leans into catching voices better than sound effects, but you'll be able to hear the score pretty well. But if you're already done with this, we'll go a few minutes. But kick back, relax, grab a drink. Woo! God, I fucking love this shit. Let's go.
Sir! I just want to say... We'll talk. We get back. Hey, Bradley! Hey, you got this.
And now I know they're not coming back, right?
Maverick?
Yeah.
Hey, you with me?
This part.
I don't like that look, man.
So what I got. Thank you. If I don't see you again, Hondo, thank you.
It's been an honor, Captain.
Dagger 1, up and ready on catapult 1.
Dagger spare. Standing by. Dagger 4.
Up and ready.
Dagger 3, up and ready.
Dagger 2, up and ready.
Support assets airborne. Strike package ready. Standing by for launch decision.
I feel like Hollywood. I'm getting a hard on.
Dagger 2 away. Dagger 3 away. Dagger 4 away.
If you've seen the movie, man, just shut your eyes.
Comanche, Dagger 1, standby check-in.
Comanche 1-1 set. Picture clean. Recommend Dagger continue.
Copy. Dagger's descending below radar.
That's Rooster.
Here we go. Enemy territory up ahead. Feed dry in 60 seconds. Comanche, Dagger 1, picture.
Comanche, picture clean. Decision is yours.
Copy. Dagger attack.
Tomahawk's airborne. No turning back now.
Daggers, assume attack formation. Dagger set, proceeding to target. 2 minutes and 30 seconds in 3, 2, 1, mark.
2 mark.
3 mark.
4 mark.
Going in. First SAM side overhead.
Looks like we're clear on radar, Mav.
Let's not take it for granted. What's that?
3 o'clock high.
We got 2 minutes to target. Copy. We're a few seconds behind, Rooster. We gotta move.
30 seconds to Tomahawk impact on enemy airstrip.
Dagger, Comanche, we're picking at 2 bandits, single group, 2 contacts.
Where the hell they come from? Long range patrol?
Comanche, watch their heading.
Bullseye, 09050, tack southwest.
They're headed away from us. They don't know we're here. The second those Tomahawks hit the airbase, those bandits are gonna move to defend the target. We have to get there before they do. Increase speed.
We got you, Mav. Don't wait for me.
Sir, Daggers 2 and 4 are behind schedule. Time to target, 1 minute 20.
Tomahawk impact in 3, 2. Impact. Enemy runway is destroyed.
They know we're coming now.
Bandits are switching course to defend the target.
Rooster, where are you?
Come on, Rooster. Bandits inbound. We gotta make up time now. Let's turn and burn.
Sir, bandits are 2 minutes from target. Daggers are 1 minute from target.
Come on, Rooster. Move it or lose it.
Guys, we're falling behind. We really gotta move. If we don't increase our speed right now, those bandits are gonna be waiting for us when we reach the target.
Talk to me, Dad. Come on, kid, you can do it. Don't think. Just do it.
Jesus, Rooster, not that fast.
That's it, kid. That's it.
All right, let's go. Rooster, take it easy!
Sir, Dagger 2 is re-engaging.
All right, now hit your target and come home.
30 seconds to target. Bob, check your laser.
Air-to-ground check complete. Laser code verified. 1688. Laser is a go. Watch your heads.
Holy shit!
Shit, payback. You with me? Right behind you.
Phoenix, stand by for pop-up strike.
Dagger 3 in position.
Popping in 3, 2, 1. Get the eyes on that target, Bob.
Dagger 3! Stand by, Mav!
Come on, Bob, come on.
Stand by! I've got it captured!
Target acquired, bombs away.
We've got impact! Check, direct hit!
That's miracle number 1.
Dagger 2, status! Almost there, Mav, almost there! Man, boy, where's my laser? Rooster, there's something wrong with this laser! Shit! Dead eye! Come on, guys, we're running out of time! Nearly there! Come on, bad boy, get online!
There's no time. I'm dropping blinds.
Rooster, I got this! Bombs away! Bombs away!
Bullseye!
Miracle number 2.
Now they're in Coffin Corner.
We're not out of this yet. Here it comes. Radar warning. Smoke in the air. Phoenix, break right.
Emergency jettison! Dagger 3 defending!
Here comes another one. Dagger 1 defending. Rooster status.
I realize like this, it just sounds like a bunch of chaos, but that's what it looked like.
That's the point, yeah.
Freaking right! Oh my God, here they come! Stand on your six, Rooster! Deploying countermeasures! Negative contact! Dagger 1 defending! Talk to me about! Break right, Phoenix! Break right! 9 o'clock! 9 o'clock! Rooster, 2 more on your 6! Dagger 2 defending! Dagger 2 defending! Shit! I'm out of flares! Rooster, evade! I can't shake him! They're on me! No!
Dagger 1 is hit! I repeat, Dagger 1 is hit! Maverick is down!
Dagger 1 status! Status! Anyone see him? Does anyone see him? Dagger 1, come in! I didn't see a parachute! We have to circle back!
Comanche, bandits inbound. Single group hot. Recommend dagger flow south. 1 minute to intercept.
Get him back to the carrier now.
All daggers flow to ECP. You have bandits headed for you.
What about Maverick?
Tell him there's nothing he can do for Maverick. Not in the goddamn F-18.
Dagger Spare, request permission to launch and fly air cover.
Negative, Spare.
Launch search and rescue.
Negative. Not with bandits in here.
Look, sir, Maverick is still out there.
We are not losing anyone else today. Get him home now.
Okay, at the very end there, Hangman, I really believe that was genuine. I don't think he was glory seeking.
Oh no, it was like, if nothing else, it was like the healthy ego of like, I can save him. Let me go.
Yeah,
let me go help.
He really is the Maverick character stuck on the deck waiting until he's allowed to go.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway, I know that was a lot, but I'm sorry, it kind of goes by quick. But a few things on it that I like. Okay, a lot of people have been saying, it takes a lot of inspiration from Star Wars because there's a trenchy thing and they have to hit this.
I mean,
however, the moment where I really thought was when Rooster basically turned off his targeting computer.
Hey,
head, which was his dad instead of Obi-Wan. Don't think, kid, just do. Luke, your computer's off. Oh no, I'm firing blind. Like it was all really okay. That was the moment. I was like, oh,
clearly, though, like he didn't need to use the Force because it was a 3-meter target, not a 2-meter target. Just so
yeah, very. Oh, of course, it's even bigger than a Walprat back home.
That's your realism.
I was glad to see flares because I remember it was the one thing in the final act of Top Gun, the original. There were flares back then and they never fired them once. They just dodged because in all the aerial footage they did, they never popped off flares. And so that just couldn't be part of what they did. But flares were a big thing back then. Radar jamming was back then.
Yeah,
all that stuff existed. Anyway, I was glad to see it. I thought Maverick's move, I know it's probably a little bit Hollywood, but that was very cool. He flew up. He did a USS Dallas in Hunt for Red October. He flew between the torpedo and the thing it was going after and then fired off the flares. Very, very cool. Yeah. I thought that was fantastic. And then that shot from above showing all the SAMs going off and the jets looked a lot like the first one with all the MiGs.
That's true. But
swarming around. But
that was probably the best shot in the first one. This is, I think, the best shot of this one was just showing the theater of combat and how totally fucked it is. Like, I know that if I were in there, number one, I couldn't even get there in a lot of different ways, let alone come out alive. And so it's amazing that anybody comes out alive from something like that. And so it was, I was ready. I was ready for Rooster to die. I was ready for Maverick to die. I was ready for any of them to die because why wouldn't they?
Yep. I agree. Now, I knew Maverick didn't die when it happened. I'm going to get to that in a minute. I got a funny story to tell in 2 seconds, but because we didn't see it, and it would have been way more dramatic and on screen if it was going to happen.
Correct.
It would have been like some dramatic moment where he says something to Goose in the air and then flies between Rooster and something. I mean, I don't know. It just wasn't that.
You're right. And I still wasn't sure. Right. Like,
yeah, I hear it. So it's really funny as Maverick lands, a chopper comes to take him out. And then Rooster blows up the chopper and then Rooster gets shot down. So here's my story. Now, I told this on the Backlot Tour, so if you're a Patreon supporter or you want to join, you would have already heard the story, but I will tell it because the majority of everybody has not heard this story. So Donald said when Maverick was shot down, I wasn't sure. Now, when Rooster got shot down, were you pretty sure it wasn't both of them? They both weren't dead. Like, wait, we really just killed both main characters and we're just going to go about the end of this movie?
Well, no,
like,
the one was, I mean, Rooster was shot down as Maverick was already alive at that point.
Okay, so fair. Okay. So let me tell you what a funny story happened to me. I knew from the trailer that there was an F-14 in this movie. I also knew what they didn't say until the movie, which is the only place that has any flyable F-14s is Iran. And this isn't Iran. It was kind of like you'd call it inspired by Iran.
It's a non-enemy. Yeah, it's a.
But
yeah.
The first movie, it was the Soviet Union. They just didn't say it.
They never said it.
There's a red star on the front. Right. Okay. Yeah. Same thing here. Anyway, it doesn't matter. When Mav got hit, there was about this 5 to 10 second delay in my head, and I went. And I even said, I've remembered this, you and I don't remember if it was on this show or the Backlot Tour, we were talking about the F-14 and I mentioned there aren't any flyable F-14s. So I don't think they're going to just fly F-14s. And I this maybe 2 years ago, I said this, I said, I'll bet Maverick like steals one. Okay. So he gets shot down and the whole theater's silent. All that stuff you heard, Mav, no, we got to go back for him. No, get back to base. All that shit's going on. And I reached over and I grabbed my wife's leg and I go, he's going to steal an F-14. Oh my God, he's totally going to steal an F-14. Now wait, then 5 seconds later, Rooster gets shot down. And I literally said, embarrassingly a little bit loud, and Rooster's going to be in the back seat. I totally knew what was coming and I loved every second of it. It was great. So the whole crowd, oh, Rooster's shot down. I was like, fuck yes, I'm cheering.
You're cheering
so
when Rooster gets shot down.
I'm kind of cheering, and my family was laughing their ass off at me. That's my funny story.
This is why I don't go to every movie with you.
I was silent the whole rest of the time.
That would drive me so nuts of like, in that moment saying, oh, this is what's going to happen. Like,
when I said Rooster's going to be in the backseat, I didn't scream that. I said that where my mom could kind of hear me, but I did. There was a little woohoo that may have been audible. Anyway,
my son and I looked at each other and we were like, both wide eyes, like, oh no. And like, this is, we knew this was going to happen and now it's happened, sort of thing. And so it wasn't surprising at all to me that, because I expected any of them to get shot down, and the fact that Maverick was okay means that Rooster was going to get put in jeopardy or whatever. And one thing after another, like it's either one or both. And so I definitely didn't need. They're going to go steal an F-14. I didn't need hope. Don't give me hope. Don't do that.
That's great. Well, are you ready for the second half, man? We've been going at this 4 hours, man. I'm glad we didn't do a segment
Worth
to start
it.
this.
Dude,
Holy mother!
Of all the newer movies, like I think this is one that has been very, very anticipated by this show, especially, and
that's fair.
And by its hosts, and so I. Like no regrets at all.
I also think our content's been good. I don't think I know we have not been babbling. We didn't labor on anything too long. We didn't repeat ourselves.
Bit, but yeah,
we've been moving.
We've been covering stuff.
Okay. Well, this is the next long kind of sequence. It starts with Mav and Rooster find each other in the woods. Then he sees the F-14. They steal it. They go up. They face the 5th gen fighters. He doesn't know what the hand signals are. The movie gets really... Okay, let me say this before we listen to it. I was going to say it after, but I'll do it before. The first time I saw this movie, I thought it was kind of weird. The movie gets really fucking funny right now.
Yeah.
And it really never... for an extended period, there's some real humor in this section of the movie.
Uh-huh.
And then it dawned on me the second time through why. Maverick and Goose are back because it's Rooster and Mav. They were the funny, them back and forth with each other. This is a great shot, Mav. I should be a photographer.
Uh-huh.
And so it is appropriate that the humor returns when they are now together.
Oh, that's
now
cool.
that they're together and they like each other. now I think it makes sense because the humor is them bouncing off each other.
Yeah.
Right. You know what that was? Nope. No idea. Like, it's really funny. So anyway, another bandit comes. They can't eject. They're trying to bail out a lot. And they can't. And then Hangman saves the day in a very, very cool way. Anyway, if you're ready, you ready?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Here we go. Stop. It's Tomcat time.
You all right? Yeah, I'm good. You all right? What the hell? What are you doing here? What am I doing here? I took that missile so you can be down here with me. You should be back on the carrier by now. I saved your life. I saved your life. That's the whole point. What the hell were you even thinking? You told me not to think. Well, it's good to see you. It's good to see you too. What's the plan? You're not serious. You've got to be shitting me. And F-14? I shot down 3 MiGs of one of those. We don't even know if that bag of ass can fly. Let's find out. Math. Okay. There's guys up there, Matt. Yep. There's more over there. Okay. Let's start running. Yeah, run. Once I give you the signal for air, you're gonna flip this switch until the needle gets to 120. When the engine starts, you're gonna pull out the pins and disconnect everything. You understand? Yeah. Yes! Once I'm up, stow the ladder. It's been a minute, huh, Matt? Oh my God. This thing is so old. Both runways are cratered. How are we gonna get this museum piece in the air? Why are the wings coming out, Matt? Matt, this is a taxiway, not a runway. This is a very short taxiway, Matt. Who's just hanging out? Holy shit! Come on. Matt, here we go. Holy shit!
Sir, we're receiving a signal from Rooster Z-Set, but there seems to be a malfunction.
Have you lost him?
No, sir. He's supersonic.
He's airborne. In what?
Sir, Overwatch reports an F-14 Tomcat is airborne and on course for our position.
Can't be. It can't be.
Maverick. Okay, Rooster, get us in touch with the boat.
I'm working on it. Radio's out. No radar. Everything's dead back here. What do I do? Talk me through.
Okay, first the radio. Throw the UHF-2 circuit breaker. Try that.
There's 300 breakers back here. Anything more specific?
I don't know. That was your dad's department.
I'll figure it out. Mav, tally 2, 5 o'clock low. What do we do?
Okay, listen. Just be cool. If they knew who we were, we'd be dead already.
Well, here they come. What's your plan?
Put your mask on. Remember, we're on the same team. Just wave and smile. Just wave and smile.
What's that signal? What's he saying?
Yeah, no idea. I have no idea what he's saying.
What about that one? Any idea?
No, never seen that one either.
Shit. His wingman is moving into a weapons envelope. Alright, listen up. When I tell you, you grab those rings above your head. That's the ejection handle.
Mav, can we outrun these guys?
Not their missiles and guns.
Then it's a dogfight.
An F-14 against 5th gen fighters?
It's not the plane, it's the pilot. You'd go after him if I wasn't here.
But you are here.
Come on, Mav. Don't think. Just do.
last one! Here comes another one! Booster flares! No! Splitting the clothes! Coming around! Give me told. You got him, man! You got him! Taking a shot! What the? Holy shit! What the fuck was that? Hang on! We gotta get low! The terrain will confuse his targeting system. Here he comes! Talk to me, Rooster! Where is he? He's still on us! We took a hit! Damn it! Come on now, do some of that pirate shit! Brace yourself! Holy shit! Out of missiles! Switching to guns! You got him, man! It's not over yet. One last chance. You can do this! Come on, Maverick. Yes! Last two! Mav, I got the radio on. Outstanding. Get us in touch with the boot. Copy that. Oh my god. Where the hell is this guy? He's on our nose. Damn it, we're out of ammo. Smoke in the air. Rooster flares. That was close. We're out of flares, Mav! Shit, he's already on us! This is not good! We can't take much more of this! We can't outrun this guy! We gotta eject! What? We need altitude! Pull the ejection handles the second I tell you! Mav, wait! Rooster, there's no other way! Eject! Rooster, pull the handle, eject! It's not working! I'm sorry, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your savior speaking. Please fasten your seatbelts, return your tray tables to their locked and upright positions, and prepare for landing.
Hey, Hangman, you look good.
I am good, Rooster. I'm very good. I'll see you back on deck.
All right, few nuggets of fun here. In the original Top Gun, the F-14 controls were not real. They were backwards. The throttle's actually on the other side, and you don't push it forward to go faster. You pull it back to go faster. It was all just Hollywood. But on the stick, with the switching from missiles to guns, they actually put this sticker that said missiles over it, if you remember.
Yeah.
You know what they did for this one? They put the sticker back on the controls, so the controls were accurate to the first
movie. Oh my god!
Not actually how F-14s look. So I thought that was a great funny touch. The F-14, I think they flew in a Hornet and then CG'd a Tomcat on it because I don't know where they got them. They can't fly one. They're in museums these days. I really loved the moment. Maybe you can get into this more. We got one more little game segment to play, but when he says, if I wasn't here, you'd go after him. You wouldn't give a shit. In other words, you wouldn't be thinking it through. You would just do. In other words, you need to listen, that you need to learn the same damn lesson you were trying to yell at me, but your version of letting go isn't about the plane. It's about losing me and losing those around, all that kind of crap. So, oh my God, the movie themes even resonated in the middle of the action sequences, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't so on the nose of, no, it doesn't look good. Oh, Maverick's disengaging. Like it's a little, but this, I really liked all of this stuff. And I loved Rooster. But there's a moment where when Mav is getting ready to do something, I can't remember. He does the hit the brakes thing again.
Yeah.
And that Rooster kind of floats out of his seat and goes, whoa, but there's another moment where Mav flips it upside down and Rooster almost falls out of he almost falls out.
Yeah.
Like he just absolutely gets dumped on his head. Well, that's because the pilot in the front was told, dump him. And didn't have the lap belt on that high. He didn't have I guess there's a lap belt and he didn't have it cinched too much. And they didn't really mean to they didn't know that, he was actually going to come out of the seat that badly. But he did. And I do you know the moment I mean?
Yeah, I think so.
He really comes out of his seat. Miles Teller does. And they kept it in it was another one of those things where it didn't really look like a guy in a backseat, not really going to fly, but it looked dramatic and cool. So they kept it in.
That's wild.
Yeah, very, very cool. I don't know. What'd you think of this whole, I was, like I said, I predicted it because I was cheering for it, but oh my God, come on. We got a whole second bonus fight with just Maverick and Goose back in the air, doing their thing.
This fight was cool,
but still.
We actually get the the 5th gen fighters that they were talking about. It's against improbable odds and in theory impossible odds, and I liked we'll get to the game part, but what I liked is he's like, if they knew who we were, we would already be dead, and so right. There's that. And I like that he is able to take out the one guy with guns and then use it as a shield. And the other guy shoots a missile. I thought that was pretty badass.
Use what as a shield?
He used the first plane as a shield.
Oh, right. Yep. Yep.
And that was friggin' rad as all get out. And then I'm a little curious about the targeting system and the terrain, because it strikes me as especially a newer ship. If a newer plane has any issues with targeting system and terrain, it just kind of strikes me as a little
maybe
straining credibility, but I don't know. It worked for this, so I like that. I like the fact that even after he did all his flying shit and pulled his Maverick magic, there was still like one more, and there's like no escaping it. Like he's on my nose. Like at this point, we shouldn't have even noticed he was there, because we should already be dead, right? And
right.
So it goes through. It's there's a lot of Hollywood in this movie, but in the sequence especially, but it was also super enjoyable. And honestly, like, this is what I signed up for, and coming to this movie, and they delivered on it. And like, I didn't, the dialogue being on the nose is both good and a little cheesy, but not in a bad way, just in a like, there's the cheese. Okay. There it is on the nose. Right. It's once again, it's not, you're not going to get Citizen Kane out of it, and I wasn't expecting it. Everything else I got was,
but this is what you wanted.
This is what I was going for. And so that's what I got. I loved it. Love the fact that, Hangman comes and saves the day and is letting him hear about it.
But this time, I think it was a joke.
Absolutely.
They were fucking with each other.
It was good natured at this point. Yeah.
Rooster was like basically saying, "Thank God, it's so good to see you."
Yeah, exactly.
Looking good, yeah.
So it was very cool. It was one of those like redemption moments for Hangman. I tell you, Glenn Powell, like I guess Tom Cruise like expanded the role because he liked Glenn Powell's audition as much as he did. He stood for about 5 seconds in Hidden Figures as John Glenn, and I liked him in that. I haven't seen him really in anything else before this, but I really liked him in this. I liked that he was super cocky. He was unlikable in all the right ways and places, and likable when it mattered, and that was great. And he did a good job of that with this character.
Can I tell you a few things? Let me tell you a story about that.
Yeah.
he turned the role down several times, and because he said there's not much for me to do, I don't really connect with the character. Tom Cruise went to him and said, "You're not thinking about this in the right way." And he goes, "What do you mean? Actors always look for good roles." He goes, "No, that's what I mean. You're doing it wrong. Look for great movies, and then you make the role good. If sometimes you look for the best role and it's in a shitty movie that no one's going to watch, take this and you make it kick ass. And then everyone's going to remember you and everyone's going to remember the movie. You're thinking of it backwards." It's a really interesting philosophy that I've never heard.
I like it.
Where Tom Cruise is like, no, I pick the best films. I'll handle the role. I'll handle making the role great, because don't worry about that. I'll do that part. Whereas almost all actors don't do it. They come at it the other way. I want this role that makes me blah, blah, and blah,
well,
blah.
I mean, if all movies are created equal, that would be fine to look for the roles. But but in a blockbuster, you go for the blockbuster, and then you make the most of that, right? Like, even if it's a bit part. So,
well, let's talk 5th gen fighters real quick here as we kind of head into toward the last scene that made me cry 3 times. Those 5th gen fighters are basically meant to be an Su-57. That's Russia's answer to the Raptor. China has 2 of them. China's got one that's basically a answer to our Raptor, and one that's an answer to our Lightning. Do you know what happened just literally hours ago?
No.
I mean, you don't. It's funny. People think that what happened at the beginning of Top Gun, the first one, where they're just fucking with the MiGs, they didn't shoot them. Just hours ago, over the South China Sea, a Chinese jet fighter that's really similar to like an F-16, F-18 was fucking with an Australian fighter jet and released chaffs and flares. So chaff is like little pieces of metal to fuck up a radar guided missile, but did it so close to the Australian jet that the chaff went into the engine and fucked up the engine and caused the Australian pilot to have to go land. And that happened just like hours ago.
Damn.
Anyway, so this isn't all that crazy, right? But one thing I was really interested in, and our last game to play, the 5th gen fighters.
Yes.
Now, the move that it did, forget that. I want to focus on, like, could it do that one move? Don't worry about that. They made it through this entire movie to say, if you are even in the air when these are in the air, you're fucked. You have no chance. They're going to shoot you down. You are the best of the best, and you have no chance against these things, right? Well, it's a dogfight against 5th gen fighters. Okay, this whole time they've been setting that up, and then Maverick just knocked down 2 with his Tomcat, and Hangman knocked down 1 with his Hornet. However, that aside, I would love to know from you what you think. Are 5th gen fighters, if they were going to dogfight a Hornet, is that a thing? Where, oh my God, a 5th gen's up here. Fuck, we're all fucked. Is that actually very realistic? Is that, well, they're better, but Hollywood made it this so Maverick could be a superhero? Or is this just complete fucking horseshit and there's not a lot of difference between them?
Yeah,
I love this one. This is my next favorite of all of them we've done.
That's a good question, because I think that, like, we've got 2 things going on. We've got, oh my gosh, they're badass, watch out, and we just took care of them.
Yeah, right.
In a F-14 even, and then the F-18.
Right.
I think that so depending on what you're, so the question is, are they that badass? Are they that much outclassed over an older fighter? And I think the answer is kinda.
Right.
I think that it really gets situational, and I think that if we're talking about a dog fight, you get much more into pilot versus pilot, and so I think that it is less of a factor, the different kind of plane, if you've got pilots that can make up for it.
Right.
That said,
so probably exaggerated.
I'm going to go exaggerated. I think that, like, you don't make newer generation planes for no reason. to not be superior, right? That's the other
Right.
side of it. But I don't think the superiority, frankly, appears in dogfighting. I think it appears in your stealth capabilities, in your radar and your tracking and your, obviously there's some maneuverability involved, but I think it's about what you're actually doing, and you're not dogfighting that much anyway.
Okay.
That's what I
All
think.
right. Well, listeners at home, I hope you've enjoyed. Oh, I don't know, Donald, if you enjoyed playing this little game.
Yeah, it's fun.
And just kind of inform the listeners about the movie in a way that other podcasts won't. But playing around at home, do you agree with Donald? Let's see what the Top Gun instructors and pilots think. Here we go.
What was that there, Chip? An Su-57. They didn't really name the country, right? They didn't name the threats.
The enemy.
The enemy, yeah. But I thought, it looked good. I did fight an F-22 once, and I wouldn't say it was like a dedicated BFM. I was in Northern Edge up in Alaska, and I was in a position that was pretty common for, when starting like an offensive perch. But the next thing I know, we're having a neutral pass, and I thought, what just happened? So how believable from your experiences was what we saw there? And then I want to ask you about the Cobra maneuver thing.
Yeah, you bet. So I was lucky enough to fly Raptors, almost 4 years flying the F-22 as an exchange with the Air Force, which was an unbelievable thing. The highlight of those 4 years flying Raptors is I was the first guy to take the Raptor up to Top Gun's Grad 1v1.
Nice.
So I'd been up, obviously, as a bro. I went back, and as soon as I started flying F-22s at Nellis, I'm like, my goal is I'm going to get Raptors to Top Gun, which I did, and did the BFM Derby up there, which was a blast. And then we did a ton of dedicated 1v1s at Nellis with the guys out of Lemoore. So I had a blast doing that. I flew Vipers, F-35 is a little bit different, obviously a bunch of different Hornets. A fifth gen platform is like comedically wildly better than anything flying in the world. And so I thought they did a really good job doing two things. One, having the fourth gen legacy pilots recognize that you just don't want to be in the air if there's a fifth gen platform. And despite the fact that there was some movie part of it, the way that they were sort of enamored by the maneuvers of that fifth gen enemy plane is about right. And I've seen it from both ends. Obviously, the Raptor does things that other airplanes just simply don't do. And if you're not careful, you'll just stare at it and wonder what's happening, and you'll blink and you're dead. And that's kind of how it works initially with a fifth gen airframe until you kind of get more used to it. But there's a massive advantage in a Raptor that you don't have in other platforms, and it's cool to see.
Is that just flight controls? Is it the airframe itself? Is it the thrust vectoring? Yes, yes, and yes?
Yes, yes, and yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. Even that was real.
Okay. All right.
That if it's in the air, fuck you, I'm going home. And they went on to talk about that maneuver, and they said, I don't really know it. They didn't really get a good look at it because it kind of goes by the canopy. Right. And they said, I didn't really kind of get a look, but that move where when it came around to circle behind them and it just makes this really sharp turn and the whole wing turns white, they were like, that's fucking real. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
you're coming around, and then you're like, and in fact, Rooster goes, he's already on us. Like he didn't even need a minute to turn around. They were like, that shit's absolutely real. And that was what they're like, 90% of it's classified. We kind of can't talk about what it can and can't do yet. After I would imagine by 2030, we'll start hearing a lot more about them. I remember when F-16s were brand new, a lot of it was top secret. Then eventually, it was an Iron Eagle, but all with fake displays, fake bullshit. And then later we learned more. But anyway, I was fascinated by that answer. I thought there is no way, I am sure, if to your point, it was exactly what I thought. Hey, you want to go dogfight in a Hornet or a Raptor? I would like a Raptor, please.
Yes, of course.
Like but okay. I mean, yeah, I can do a couple things you can't do, but your missiles still shoot me down. I can't be completely, and they're like, no, you just don't want to be in the air if they're in the air. If they're in the air, fuck off. And I was like, wow. And I heard multiple fighter pilots in multiple interviews talking about, look, I don't know what version of an F, that looked like. It looked like they modeled the Russian version of a Raptor for what they had. And they said, I don't know about that one maneuver it did, but the rest, yep, you don't want to be in the air. I just thought it was very fucking cool.
That is cool. And, I mean, I gave kind of a non-answer that covered all my bases.
No, you gave the answer I thought, which was, the answer is, I thought, yes, of course it's better, but it's not just so comedically better that Maverick is the only guy that could pull it off.
I thought,
no, that actually seems right.
Yeah. I felt like it was, dependent on the application. It sounds like did not depend on the application. It's like, no, I was thinking, look, you just don't dogfight like that anymore. So there's no point in it being better as a dogfighter. It might be better, but it depends on how well each of your pilots are at dogfighting, right? But you also have to take into consideration an F-18 pilot may not know how to dogfight against a fifth generation fighter because you don't know how they can move. And like he was saying, you just end up getting caught staring at them. And it makes sense. Like the maneuvers that Gen 4 fighter that the engineer was telling me about was like, but planes can't do Right. And that's what we saw in the movie was like, holy crap, how did they even do that?
And that's what Rooster goes, wait, what? Like, in fact, what was really cool is a little throwback to the beginning. MiG-28s, no one's been this close before. Yeah. Like, and they're arguing over what it can and can't do because their intelligence only lets them know so much. Mm-hmm. Rooster has never been in the air with a fifth gen fighter in his life. He's never seen one. Neither has Mav. I'll bet you $1 billion while Mav's been in those, I don't know, those test planes. Yeah. He has never been in a dogfight with one of these things, and they both were just enamored with it. Like, wait, what? And they both literally just got rubbernecked it for a minute. Like, whoa, So I liked it. That was great.
I would say that the last thing I'll say about this sequence is if I were prepping the mission though, and I knew that fifth generation fighters were going to be around, I would make sure that I had some. Like they're not the planes that, because of the GPS jamming or whatever, that they can't run the bombing run or whatever, but they can do extra support stuff. They can take care of those fighters.
That is, so what's really cool is you're hitting on something that I did hear in one podcast. They said there's a couple things they could have added that would have taken the pressure off Mav to be the hero. Mm-hmm. And we shouldn't do that. One of them is exactly what you said. Well, put a couple Raptors up for the way home, mm-hmm. like to fight off, theirs.
Exactly that.
And then the other one was, one said, a Navy SEAL team probably would have infiltrated the mountain range and been hand lasing the target in case the jet couldn't do it.
That's a really good point.
And so they were just like, I'm sure we would have added other redundancy to make sure we were successful. And there would have been more planes ready to go in if shit hit the fan. So, but anyway, to your point, I think we're all correct.
That's fun.
Well, I tell you what, the last scene is very short. Man, talk about how powerful this is. I was shocked how in such a short period of time, all the themes for the movie could rush back, and my emotions about dealing with the fact that I still miss Goose, like all of that stuff. This is really, really well executed. This final scene. Well, I mean, he flies off with Penny after this, but this is basically the final scene, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, if you're ready, man, I didn't get through this dry-eyed 3 times. We'll see if I can do it on the show, but here we go.
Maverick is downwind. No front landing gear, no tail hook. Pull the cable and raise the barricade.
Foul deck! Foul deck! Foul the barricade! Go!
Please don't tell me we lost an engine.
All right, I won't tell you that.
Okay.
That sounds like Maverick and Goose.
Yeah, I'm good.
Chalk yourself another kill.
That makes 2.
Mav has 5. Makes him an ace.
Captain Mitchell! Captain Mitchell! Sir!
Thank you for saving my life.
That's what my dad would have done.
Dude. I mean, I can't play the hug because he even hugged him the way that he hugged Iceman and everybody with the fist. And that the first time he said it, I audibly choked up. I mean, I audibly had this moment when he said that, and it was like, wow, holy shit. Wow. So short, but, man, just really well executed whole scene. And I know I played like 40 seconds of
it. But it was an appropriate punctuation right at the end to just sew that up. Very cool. So so he ends up back at Top Gun and the bar, and he's asking about Penny, and she's not around. She's taking a boat. And we didn't
say when she'd be back.
Didn't say when she'd be back, but we didn't see him like go find the boat or anything. He just went back to Mojave and working on his plane, on his Mustang, and then that's where he looks through the engine compartment, which is fun, and sees Amelia,
yeah.
And then she looks over at to point him his vision over to Penny. And that was
on the car. Can I tell you, this movie reviewer goes, I guess Maverick only fucks chicks with hot cars. Anyway,
causation and correlation. I don't know.
Anyway, just funny because like Kelly McGillis had that. Weren't they both Porsches or something? I don't know.
I thought it was like an MG, but I may be
wrong. I don't know. Fuck, who cares? Anyway, yeah, but also like Rooster was helping him. It's obvious that now they're friends.
Yes.
And there was another thing that was in there that I only caught the third go round. Maverick's helmet is now on the wall.
Ooh.
It wasn't before. The Maverick helmet has been hung up. In other words, it is a quick little symbol of, no, his flying days really are done. He's done. Out of this pilot seat. It doesn't mean he's retired from the Navy. In fact, maybe this promoted him.
And obviously,
rear admiral. Or
obviously,
something.
He can fly. So just
yeah. So anyway, I think, and we'll talk about sequel possibilities in a minute. But I did not notice the helmet until the third go round. And then I went back and looked at a couple of still pictures of the first scene, and it is not on the wall, and it is on the wall.
But then there's new photos of him and Rooster and all that good stuff. That's sweet. And so
it was so touching. And then obviously Lady Gaga's song plays as they fly off into the sunset in a very similar shot as the first Top Gun ends with the two Tomcats.
Mm-hmm.
And this is his P-52. But anyway. Perfect ending, man. Perfect ending.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's a tribute to Tony Scott at the end. And it was real sweet. I
love the fact that they did Don Simpson, Jerry Bruckheimer productions. Don Simpson's been gone a while, and they put it up there anyway. The two lightning bolts.
Yeah.
That normally says Jerry Bruckheimer productions these days. No, they put Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer on the beginning of it. Don Simpson's not been around a while, which is a very cool touch. So cool. So cool. Nice. And same with Tony Scott. Same little credit to him.
Right.
Very, very cool. Wrapping up our discussion, and we gushed for 4 hours about this movie, guys. I don't know what to tell you if you don't catch that we loved it. It is funny because Tom Cruise filmed this 5 years ago now at this point. 4 years ago. He was doing pre-production 5 years ago, and in 2018, they started photography and they finished in 2019. They've already lost a few years here as he barreled towards 60. What's funny is I did see one interview with him after the reception to this movie hit.
Nice.
Okay. And they said, well,
right.
There's you want to do it again? And he said, we didn't think in a million years, he's really shocked at, I knew it would be a hit movie, but Jesus, it has surprised even him. And he did not, he went, yeah, maybe. He didn't say yeah, maybe, but he said yeah, maybe, because he didn't say no in any way, shape, form, or fashion, and said, I heard another one where he said, well, if the fans really love it, we'll see. That's what everybody says.
Yeah.
You want to make a sequel? Well, if the fans really love it, we'll see. Holy shit. Mm-hmm. Do the fans really love it?
Right.
And you did it right. Here's what I would say. When they said they were making a sequel, I had the same reaction you do. Oh, that'll be interesting to see. It'll be fun. I'm sure I'll have fun at it. Whatever. I implicitly trust them now. Get Kaczynski, get Cruise. I will not laugh at this anymore.
Yeah.
And I consider, what are they going to do this time? He has to be called out of retirement again. Look, they made all of this improbable shit work once. I am not going to sit here and say they can't come up with an absolutely compelling, incredible story and film it like this again. I will say it is, they've lost a couple years because of the pandemic, where they probably would have decided in 2020 to make a sequel, and they'd start photography here pretty soon if they were going to do it. I think he's got to get the mission. Has the Mission Impossible part 2 already been filmed? Did they film them back to back?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, well, I think he's got to wrap that up, and then I bet, you know what? He may be 61 when he does it, but the guy looks like he's 43.
Mm-hmm.
So and Jennifer Connelly looks like she's fucking 32. So I don't have any problem if they wanted to do it. If they never do one again, I think this is a fantastic, great ending, bookended stories. But if they made an announcement that Top Gun 3 is being produced and Tom Cruise is going forward, I will not laugh at it or even side eye it. I'll be like, fuck yeah, let's go. There's my final thought.
I like it. I think that, you know what? I'll think about sequels when they start talking about sequels. So I'm sure that it's going to be a conversation for a while, and then they will either decide to do it or not. I have a feeling that they probably will do it, even if Tom Cruise isn't around. They will take Miles Teller and go from there. Take Hangman and go from, they could go all out with whatever, right? They could have most of the crew back, most of the cast back, and not Tom Cruise or Jennifer Connelly, and still have a Top Gun movie, right? Because then they're the instructors, right? And I think they would do great with it, right? I don't think it'd be outstanding, but it doesn't have to be outstanding for it to be good, right? And I think that doing this, we've already seen Kaczynski do Tron Legacy. That's a high level of difficulty, and we talked about it right after the start of this show, and it was we both loved it. This knocked it out of the park in comparison in a lot of ways. They had everything. They had all guns firing. This was the level of difficulty to be able to pull this off, and they exceeded expectations. They exceeded what I thought was even possible. Not just what I expected or wanted out of it, but I just did not expect that they could do this. And so that's friggin' awesome. And I don't want to sully that by saying I want a sequel now. Like you, I was like, if this is it, this is fantastic. This is what a way to go out with Maverick. If they do more, I would be there for it. I can't expect that it would supersede this, right? I
couldn't imagine what they were going to write that would be so interesting this go around.
Exactly. So, so I'm not going to pretend I'll be there, but I wouldn't expect it to be as good, because I wouldn't expect it to be as good as what I expected out of this. There's only so much that you can do, and still the artists have to love and care for it enough to put the extra stuff into it. And, the producers have to be able to sign off on the budget for that level of care. And if they don't have that, all of that together, all cylinders firing, then it can't be done. So I'm not going to expect that it can be done again. This is lightning in a bottle in another bottle full of lightning. So, I think, I'd like to see them try, but I'm not expecting them to knock another one out of the park, because holy crap, it's great. I don't know where this falls for me for, it's early in the year still for Best Picture, but this is, as far as the Movie Defender Awards, it's definitely top tier, right?
On the list.
Yeah.
Oh, I have no doubt it's going to make our top 10 lists and our best of and best of. If not, I have no doubt that it's going to get mentioned a lot.
If not, it's because we forgot, not because there's anything better than it. So, yeah.
Well, I'm also glad that you had a great theater experience with your son, because I know that sometimes he's not into what you're into. So the fact that you guys got to geek out at the same time is awesome.
It's real special, yeah.
Very cool. Hey, so if you're new to the Movie Defenders and you got through this whole thing, this is not even close to our record length. So don't give me crap. We normally, early in our days, we would put this out as a two-parter, and then our listenership didn't change no matter how long we put out a show. Our listeners love this stuff. So there's chapter headings. If you go back to all of our old shows, we have chapter headings. You can skip around to your favorite parts and your favorite scenes. But we're glad you're here. Hopefully you've discovered a new podcast. And I, Donald, hopefully had fun with the game. I had fun putting it together. I thought it just added to the film to learn the details were even tended to, because did you notice? And I didn't mean for this to be the case when I started putting things together for the game. Not one answer was they totally faked it.
Yeah, that's
not
true.
one single answer to any of the questions was, nope, that's all Hollywood. It was, they kind of exaggerated this a little bit, maybe. At worst, which I find fantastic.
That's wonderful.
Anyway, let's get out of here, dude. If you're ready, we get out of here. We've been talking a long time. I waited a long time to do this. It was so much fun. I had a ball with this one. But we will get out of your hair. We have talked a very long time. So for the Movie Defenders, I am Scott.
I am Donald.
All right. See you later, everybody.
Thank you.
Take care.